done it again.
He has indeed.
Hey! Hey everybody, and welcome back to another Wednesday night movie live stream. Hopefully you can bloody hear me now. Darn. Oh dear, I thought it muted me again. I don't know why I always keep doing that, but now you can hear me. Hope you're all doing well, and thanks you for joining us for another fun-filled night of movie talk with me, Pete, Playtendoguy, and I'm joined as always by Andy from Forgotten World of Movies.
Hey everyone.
Mike from Cinema Axeman.
Hi guys.
And Scott the Movie Critic.
Hello everyone.
And tonight our very special guest is Keith from Euphoria Pictures. So thanks for joining us, Keith.
Hey everybody, and thank you again, Pete, for having me on.
That's always a pleasure having you on the stream. It's been a long while, mate, and it's great to be back on here to have a chat with you.
Absolutely. Look forward to it.
So before we get into the comments, as I always ask this every week, what are some of the films that you've been watching recently? Do you want to go first, Andy?
Yeah, so again, I've just been doing the Disney marathon I'm doing. So yeah, I've finished watching Lilo and Stitch, Atlantis, Emperor's New Groove. And last night I went to see Mutant Mayhem, the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, and I had an absolute ball with it. I thought it was fantastic.
Oh, great stuff. I've been hearing some really positive things about this new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I really do like the art style. It feels something straight out of Spider-Verse.
It's a lot of fun, very creative, and very much cut from the same cloth as Spider-Verse. So if you like Spider-Verse, I think you'll like this because it's just so creative.
Is it as good as the original one, though? That one's got a lot of nostalgia, though, hasn't it?
Ninja Turtles.
Yeah.
I mean, no, I just adore that first one from 1990. But this is a close second. It's still really good.
Oh, that's good to hear, and it's a huge improvement over the Michael Bay films as well.
Don't be silly, Pete. Of course it is.
I was half expecting you to say, "Don't be silly, Pete." They're both masterpieces, but that's good to hear. But great selection of watches there, Andy. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, so I've just been binging through a few horror franchises. So I've started the Child's Play movies again. There's a few towards the end that I've not seen, and I kind of want to watch them, but I feel like I just need to rewatch the first few. And I started watching the Final Destination movies. I've only ever seen the first two, but I just kind of fancied watching the rest of them. And yeah, they're pretty fun. I think once you've seen one, you've kind of seen them all, but they're still pretty fun. And then at the weekend, I watched a lovely little film, pleasant little movie called I Spit on Your Grave. I actually really liked it, but my God, it was violent and brutal and depressing and uncomfortable, but I still really liked it nonetheless.
Oh, great selection of watches there. That's the original I Spit on Your Grave, because there's been multiple ones, hasn't there?
Yeah, it was just the original one.
Yeah. Wow, very good selection there. The Final Destination franchise, I remember watching them years ago, really liking them. Very creepy films. It'd be nice if they got a big box set like what they done with I Know What You Did Last Summer on 88 Films. It'd be nice if they did a big release for them.
They actually done a release of it in Germany. A whole collection in of all media books.
Wow.
In one box set, yeah. It was like 200 quid for it, but it was beautiful.
I can imagine. But I think they said they're going to do another Final Destination. They're going to do another reboot, because Scream was popular, Halloween was popular, so they're going to do it. Like I Know What You Did Last Summer. They're going to do another one of those as well.
It's a shame. Sorry, Mike, did you watch them all?
I just need to watch the fifth one.
All right, okay. I won't say it on Instagram.
Okay.
Oh, but great selection of watches there as well, Mike. What about you, Scott?
I rewatched The Burning yesterday on 4K. It was first time watching it in 4K, and it was stunning. It looked amazing in 4K, and I absolutely love that film. It's one of my favourite slasher films. Loved it. I also watched Super Mario Bros. For the first time in 4K. Really enjoyed that. Thought it was a really fun, entertaining film from this year. I had a great time watching that one. and I watched for the first time today Swamp Thing, which I thought was entertaining, a bit stupid. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but it's still entertaining enough.
Ah, great selection of watches there as well, Scott. Isn't the Swamp Thing on 88 Films, if I'm not mistaken?
It is, yeah.
Oh, nice. And Mario Brothers, you had a lot of fun with it?
I did, yeah. I thought it was a lot of fun, to be fair. I really, really enjoyed that one.
The 90-minute runtime just flies by, doesn't it?
It does. It went by really fast, to be fair. I had a great time with it.
And I bet the 4K looks really nice too.
It does. It looks beautiful, to be fair. The colours just look insane.
Great stuff and great selection of watches there, Scott.
Cheers, Pete.
And what about you, Keith? What have you been watching recently?
Yeah, I kind of just did a lot of catch-ups. So I've watched The Dial of Destiny. Went to see that. Very disappointing, to say the least. I never seen a movie where I was actively trying to love it all during it, and I couldn't. There was nothing about it. I just could not love the movie. You know, everyone kept talking about the opening sequence of the movie and how, you know, how incredible the opening sequence is. It would have been great if I could see it, because it was so bloody dark. Whatever way, because they were trying to hide that de-aging. You could clearly see it. So yeah, that was very disappointing. I watched Jaws 2. I got that on 4K recently, and I was a bit underwhelmed by it. I'm not going to lie. Maybe it caught me on a bad night. Just need to maybe see it again. Ex Machina, I watched as well for the first time, and wow, what a movie! I was really surprised by that movie. I went into that completely blind. I had no idea what the movie was about. I thought it was incredible, and then I finally watched Ant-Man. What's it called? The last one.
Quantumania.
Yeah, I thought it was absolute garbage. I thought it was probably the worst Marvel movie I've ever seen.
Wow.
It's like it's like someone just threw up CGI just all over the place. It was just rotten. And they need to get out of this quantum realm bullshit. I can't stand it. I don't like it. It's too easy. It is. The only good thing I got from it was the new big evil coming from it. What's his name?
Kang.
Kang. Yeah. I actually quite liked him in the movie. I thought he was pretty good. But other than that, yeah, rubbish.
Great selection of watches there. Ant-Man, I agree, it is awful. It's worse than Thor, and I didn't like that one either. Too much CGI, very unfunny, and just lacks a lot of what made the MCU feel special. Feels very by the numbers.
Yeah, it's just that. And again, this has nothing to do with being. I've spoken about it numerous times how fatigued I am with Marvel, but it's nothing to do with fatigue. They're just bringing out bad movies. Simple as.
They are. Yeah. Ex Machina, fantastic film. I remember you got that really nice, lavish box set for that one, didn't you?
Everyone kept at me. You know, you need to see Ex Machina, you know, and I was like, okay, well, if I'm going to get it, I'm going to get it the best possible way. So I bought that deluxe release, but I must have bought that nearly a year ago, and I've only gotten around to it. That's how bad I am when it comes to movies. I'm so far behind. So don't be one bit surprised if it's a year from now when I start talking about the Bruce Lee movies. You know, I'm a disaster. I am.
And Indiana Jones, yeah, I definitely do get where you're coming from there. I thought it was fine, but it was nothing special. Again, after 3, that's the perfect ending at The Last Crusade. Don't really need 4 and 5.
I can't even put it ahead of Kingdom. I can't.
Yeah, I kind of prefer Kingdom over it.
Yeah. I don't hate Kingdom, and I don't hate Dial of Destiny either. I just wanted more.
You know that there's elements there that could have been so much better, and it just feels like it's a half-assed attempt.
Absolutely. The one thing I did like in it is the fact that they addressed his age. I thought that was brilliant. They made sure that you are looking at an old Indiana Jones during this entire movie, and I thought that was great. But it was a letdown.
Yeah, and how many times did he use the whip in the film? Probably twice if you're lucky.
Shocking.
Great selection of watches there, Keith.
Thank you.
What I watched over the past week, quite a fair bit. I've just finished watching Guardians of the Galaxy 3. Absolutely loved it.
Oh,
I
great.
think it's better than No Way Home. I had an absolute ball
Wow.
with it. It's very emotional, with the whole stuff with Rocket's backstory, but the CGI is brilliant, the story's good, and it has a lot of the heart that like MCU films used to have. And yeah, definitely love it. Day one pickup for me. But I think that's my checkout for Marvel, and I'm not that fussed about any more of their future projects, to be honest.
Yeah.
I watched Hard Target last night. Had a lot of fun with that one. First time watching it, really good John Woo film, over the top, just a lot of fun. Watched Event Horizon for the first time, thought that was really good as well. Sam Neill, what a cast in that film! So good.
Oh,
Really creepy as well. Amazing set design and everything. All from the guy who directed Resident Evil as well. Who'd have thought it? What else I watched? Mission Impossible 2. That was fun and dark and silly. Completely different to the other ones, but I had a lot of fun with it. The final half hour is just over the top. And the film of the week was The Warriors, which I watched on Monday night, and I thought it was a pretty good film. I didn't love it as much as other people, but I thought it was a really good film, and you could see how it inspired other films. There's bits out of it that just felt straight out of like John Wick 4 with the DJ woman in The Warriors, and there's one in John Wick 4. But yeah, I enjoyed it. I think on a rewatch, I'll probably like it more. I probably went into it with a little bit high expectations, but I did thought it was a thoroughly good film.
That Mission Impossible 2 is my favorite Mission Impossible movie. Would you believe that?
Really?
It might have something to do. It might have something to do with the fact that I'm a huge John Woo fan. Just I love and his action. Like you mentioned there, the last half an hour of that movie. It's John Woo all over that. I love the movie.
He must have a load of pigeon tamers on set all the time. The amount of birds he used. It's like, I bet there's going to be birds in this, and trust me, there is. And then watch Hard Target. Jean-Claude Van Damme is a pigeon whisperer, it seems, with one on his shoulder. Oh dear! But
I think somebody told me that the reason why he has pigeons, I think it's something to do with it's a sign of peace.
Is it?
That's why he has them in a movie. Why he has the sign of peace during movies where people are putting 20 clips into someone's chest while roundhouse kicking them in the face, I don't know, but yeah, it's something to do with peace anyway. That's why he puts them into his movies.
Well, very interesting. Wow. I'm just thinking of the ending of Hard Target now. All the explosions and then these birds just flying all over the place. Peace, people, peace. But great time with it. Really loved it. I actually think Hard Target's better than Face Off. I really enjoyed it that much.
Oh, it's just so good. It's so good.
Great film.
Lance Henriksen, I think people forget how good Lance Henriksen is in that movie. He plays the villain role so well. And I love him in it.
He's very chilling in it. He is. He's always good when he's in a film, like in Near Dark as well. He's really good in that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And so that's what I've watched over the past week. So before we get into the comments, picked not three random films. Got 3 films here. One of them I'm going to watch this week. This week's, because I really enjoyed Eastern Promises from the other week, I picked David Cronenberg films. So we've got The Naked Lunch, Crash, and Scanners. There you go. Yeah, I have remember. So out of those 3, the one with the most votes is the one that I'll watch and talk about next week on the channel. So, Andy, which ones do you think?
I'd have to pick Scanners.
Scanners? Cool.
Yeah.
Mike?
I'm trying to sort of base this on which one I think you'll like better. Because I think my personal favorite out of the 3 is Crash, but it's a very divisive film. Scanners is probably the easy one to go with. But I'll just say Crash because it's my favorite one out of the 3.
Yeah, great pick there. Scott?
I'm probably going to go with Naked Lunch because I absolutely despise Crash. It's one of my least favourite films, to be honest. So, and I haven't seen Scanners, so yeah, I'll have to go with Naked Lunch.
Right, so the final outcomes on you, Keith. Which one would you pick?
It has to be Scanners.
Scanners it is
It has to
then.
be
So
Scanners. It's
I've heard a
it's
lot
it's
of positive things about it.
it's the movie that made David Cronenberg in my eyes. It's fantastic. The movie. And I'm shocked you haven't seen it. It's I think you'll get a good time. I hope you have a good time with it.
Oh, wow, thank you. I'm looking forward to checking this one out. That's one of the only earliest Cronenberg films I haven't seen, so can't wait to check it out. So the film I'll be watching will be Scanners, and I'll report back next week what I think of it.
Happy days.
So without further ado, let's get into the comments. Now the comments are loading up, so that's good. We have quite a few here. Oh, right, here we go. Scrolling all the way back up. Right, first up is, we've got Sam here saying, hello everyone, hope you're all doing well. Hey Sam, thanks for joining. He rewatched Brastoff last night, which is great. Also rewatched They Live and Escape from New York as well. And currently rewatching Parasite. Wow, what a fantastic mix of films there, mate. I really do like Brastoff. Pete Postlethwaite in that film is brilliant. Ewan McGregor's in it as well, I think, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a while since I've seen that. They Live is one of my favourite Carpenter films and feels very topical to this day. Escape from New York is a lot of fun, and Parasite's one of the best foreign films of the past decade. What's your thoughts on these films, Andy?
They're all great.
Yeah.
All I can say. Brastoff's probably my least favourite, but They Live, Escape from New York, you can't go wrong, and Parasite was fantastic. So, yeah.
Well, it is hard to say. They are all great. You're not wrong there. What about you, Mike?
I think my answer is pretty much the same. All four of them are just really good movies. Obviously, the John Carpenter ones are great. Parasite's great. It's been a while since I've seen Brastoff, but I remember enjoying it.
Great stuff. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, love them all. The only one that I haven't seen is actually Brastoff, but I do really want to watch that film soon, to be fair, and it's absolutely incredible. But They Live is one of my favourite Carpenter films. That's probably the funniest fight scene you'll ever see in a film. I absolutely adore that fight scene. And Escape from New York is a great Carpenter film as well. And yeah, Parasite is just absolutely incredible. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, great stuff, Scott. I do agree that fight scene is brilliant. It just never ends. You feel like, come on, guys, you've had enough. And they still keep going.
Yeah, definitely. It's hilarious.
Mind you, I think the ending is even more hilarious when what happens and the final scene, and I just can't stop laughing at the end.
Yeah, it's a great ending, to be fair.
And what about you, Keith?
All great movies, but I think you know where I'm going to go to with the Carpenter movies. They Live and Escape from New York. Look, I can't praise them enough. They're just They Live. It's so relevant. It's unbelievable. It's frightening how relevant it is today. Escape from New York, unbelievable. Rumor going around that there might be a third one with Kurt Russell back.
Oh,
I won't say no to that. I'm hoping it's true. So yeah. Hopefully it'll happen.
A third one, Kurt Russell. I'll be up for that. Wow.
Yeah.
What will they call it? Escape from America. I don't know.
It could be.
We have Sinjin here saying, evening all guys. Hope you're all well. Great to see you, Keith, on these live streams.
Thanks, Gary.
Thanks for joining me. Right. Sinjin says, if you had to pitch an idea to Hollywood, what would it be about? Who would you like to see star in it? This is all of you. Right. That's a really good question. We could always pitch to Hollywood to actually pay their actors right and the writers and not use AI as well. That'd be one good idea as well, because there's all the strikes going on now. But what do you think, Andy? What would be an idea you'd pitch to Hollywood?
It's a terrible idea, but I'd probably pitch a remake of Boogie Nights, starring Florence Pugh and Jodie Comer. starring myself. I'll bite the bullet on that one.
I wonder why.
I wonder.
I'll fall on that poor chaps. Don't worry.
Oh, man.
What an idea! Yeah, brilliant answer there, Andy. What about you, Mike?
Honestly, I don't have a clue, but all I'll say is I'll just pitch an original idea because Hollywood is desperately low on original ideas. So yeah, just something original.
Completely agree with you there. What about you, Scott?
I myself honestly don't have a clue, to be honest, but same as Mike, just something original, and no one original ideas at the minute, so it'd be good just to see something original.
Yep, great stuff. And what about you, Keith?
It's a very hard question, that, but yeah, I don't have an interesting answer. Like, again, I'm just copying what Mike said there and said, go to original. If you're going to do it practically. You know, cut out CGI, all this kind of garbage. Get the running time back to an hour and a half. My God, does no one make hour and a half movies anymore? You know, everything is bloated now. And that, you know, I'm not kidding you. We were sitting here one night and we were kind of like, you know, we're kind of looking for a movie to watch, and we're like, yeah, you know, but I want something short. And every single movie that we grabbed that was very recent, it was just everything was 2 hours 20 minutes long, way too long. So get the running times back down again as well. And yeah, that's all I can come up with. Unfortunately, uninteresting.
Oh, very good answer, and I completely agree with you. Most films these days feel like they've got to be 3 hours long, and they don't need to be.
You know, we're even seeing horror movies now. Horror movies going into over the 2 hour marks as well. It's lunacy. It shouldn't happen.
I agree.
Yeah. Indiana Jones, nearly 3 hours long. No excuse to be that long. Could have easily shaved like half an hour off that one.
Yeah. And funny enough, and weirdly enough as well, now I haven't seen the movie, but someone said the exact same thing to me about Oppenheimer. They said 30 minutes could easily be shaved off that movie as well. Now, I don't know how true that is, but I haven't seen it. But they did say that, you know, 20 minutes, 30 minutes could have been taken off it. Has any of you seen it?
Yeah. There's scenes in it I definitely wouldn't have trimmed out, if you know.
No. Yeah, I'd want extended scenes of those.
Yeah, but
yeah,
I get where they're coming from. It is a bit overly long.
Yeah, I do get that. I mean, for me, I thought 3 hours was justified, but it's a hard sell, a 3 hour biopic, like with a lot going on, and it's more dialogue heavy than anything. But what else was I saying? Yeah. Also about the CGI, stop using so much CGI. Right there, go back to practical. You're right there, Keith. And yeah, stop making films so damn long and use original ideas. You guys have all got it in one. And I'm looking forward to the remake of Boogie Nights with Andy as Dirk Diggler.
Well, I started.
We've got Edward here. Everyone, hope you're all well. Who picked up Dungeons and Dragons? I haven't picked that one up, Edward, but I hope you're doing well and thanks for joining. Andy's got the Steelbook. Ooh, very nice Steelbook too. Have you seen the film, Andy?
Yeah, I saw it at the cinema, but I haven't watched the 4K yet. I had a blast with it. I thought it was so entertaining.
Oh, really? I've been hearing some good things about it. I wouldn't mind checking it out. Ah, great stuff. Mike, have you seen it or picked it up?
Nope, not seen it, not picked it up. I remember when I saw the trailer, it didn't interest me at all, and I thought to myself, that's going to be a massive flop. But all I've been hearing about it is just positive things. Like it was like the biggest surprise of the year. So yeah, I need to check it out.
Yep. Scott, have you seen it?
Haven't seen it yet, no, but I did order it earlier today, and it should be arriving tomorrow, I believe. So I'm looking forward to watching it, definitely.
Fantastic. Keith, have you seen it or picked it up?
No, I was actually going to say the exact same thing that Mike said. I seen the trailer to it. I thought it looked absolute rubbish, no interest whatsoever. And then all of a sudden I started hearing the reviews for it and what everyone was saying about it, and it kind of got my interest somewhat peaked. But I think it'll be an Amazon Italy job for me. I want to get that steelbook that Andy got, but I'll wait till it goes down to around maybe €17 on Amazon Italy, then pull the trigger on it.
Yeah, sounds good to me. Right. We've got Dal Boy here saying hello all, so glad to see the gang together, and Euphoria Pictures. Wow, he's got my Hitchcock collection, you know. The Get Low, welcome all. Hey Dal Boy, hope you're well, mate.
Dal Boy.
Oh, Yeah, that Hitchcock collection, what you got, I remember the video you done, that was absolutely glorious. All the reels with the films inside, very impressive.
Still, the video's still getting views even today. It's unbelievable.
It doesn't surprise
still-
me. It's incredible.
And I think, like I said, I was so late to doing that video. Like, my God, the set was out nearly 4 or 5 years by the time I actually done a video on it. So
Really?
to see it do that well, it's actually quite incredible.
Mm. We've got Humble Columbus here saying, "Hey everyone, what's your favourite movie narration? I think it's hard to beat Ray Liotta's narration of Goodfellas and Alec Baldwin in The Royal Tenenbaums." Very good question there, Humble Columbus, and thanks for joining. Cool. Andy, can you think of one?
There's two that jump to mind. One is Morgan Freeman in Shawshank, and the other one I'm going to go with is Anthony Hopkins in The Grinch.
Yeah, nice. Very good picks there. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, so the Morgan Freeman one came to me as well, but I think the other one I'll go for is Richard Dreyfuss in Stand By Me.
Ooh,
Right.
Oh, that's a
very
good
good one. Scott, what about you?
I think I'm going to have to go with Morgan Freeman in The Shawshank Redemption. That narrating's just absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I agree. And what about you, Keith?
Yeah, I'm with them. Shawshank for me all the way. That was the first thing that jumped into my head. Morgan Freeman, unbelievable. But he has that voice that's just perfect for narration, So it's it has to be Shawshank for me.
Yep, I agree as well. Shawshank and Ray Liotta's very good in Goodfellas as well. And Ray Liotta, that's just peaked. I've also watched Copland with him and Sylvester Stallone in this weekend, and wow, what a film! Really enjoyed that one. Very underrated. And who'd have thought
One of my
it?
favourite films of Stallone.
Yeah, it's
I
awesome.
think it's his best acting role, to be honest. He was really good in it.
I agree.
I haven't seen that in ages, Copland. I need to watch it again. It's so good.
It is.
It's great.
What a cast as well.
Yeah.
I was surprised how many big names are in it.
Mm-hmm.
All from the director of Dial of Destiny as well. Wow. Dalboy says Jamie Lee Curtis is in Escape from New York intro is a pretty good narration.
I forgot about that. That's actually very good. But it's only right at the start of the movie.
Yeah.
Oh, didn't know that. And I've seen the film quite a few times. Wow. We've got Mac Chats here saying, "Hey lads, all good?" Hey Mac, thanks for joining.
Hello, mate.
Si saying about Morgan Freeman as well. And he says, "Hi gang." Hey Si.
Hello, mate.
Right, Mac says, "I want Morgan Freeman to narrate my life. Then again, I'd get bored quickly with him repeating book." Oh, wow. Right. Josh is here saying, "Hey fellas, watched a film today called Little Fish and it destroyed me. More devastating than After Sun, and I didn't think that was possible. Put me in a bad way today, even though it was a great film." I can't remember Little Fish. Has anybody seen that?
No.
No.
Heard of it?
No.
Is this a new recent release, Josh? You have to tell us in the comment section. Wow. Dalboy says, "Oh, I'd like to have Richard Burton to narrate my life, to be honest." Mac Chat says, "Mention a movie story in reverse. I'll start Jaws. The story of a friendly shark that reattaches people's limbs." That. Oh, Andy? I can't think of anything at the moment.
I don't know. Forrest Gump, a man who was so lucky and became the most unluckiest man in the world. I don't know.
Mike?
Maybe like the Terminator. He comes back in time to help raise John Connor to be a good soldier or something. I don't know.
Yeah, good one. What about You, Scott.
I haven't got an idea, to be honest, Pete. I can't think of anything.
No worries. And what about you, Keith?
I wouldn't. I honestly don't know.
Yeah, same here. I haven't got a clue. But great question there, Mac. Cowboy says, don't get Pete to narrate your life. It'll be blank bloody Mike. Yes, it would be on mute all the time. David says, good evening, guys. This is going to be a good evening with you all. Hey, David. Thanks for joining. That's a good one. Benjamin Button. He gets old. Oh, wait, that's just normal life. Ian here says, hi, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Have a reet grand time. Thanks for joining, Ian. Hope you're well, my friend.
Hello, Ian.
Dalboy says, name a deluxe film special edition box set type package film that you would not part for any money and why so special. Nice and easy one to start off. That's a good question. Scott, can you think of one?
Possibly Dawn of the Dead 4K. I'll never ever get rid of that. It's my favourite film of all time. I absolutely love that set. It's incredible.
I knew you were going to say Dawn of the Dead. I thought you were. That's a very nice set, though. Definitely. Yeah. Great answer. Andy, what about you?
Probably the Rambo Steelbook set.
Oh, that's very a good choice.
Yeah. Mike, what about you?
I might just have to say that Bruce Lee box set. I just, I just can't get enough of it. I absolutely love it.
Great stuff. And that is a really nice set. The amount of care and attention that's gone to it from Arrow is astounding. And they seem to be on a roll just lately with all these box sets.
I just found out something about my box set as well. Now, everyone was screaming for me to leave mine back, but I'm not going to. But if you watch my video, if you actually look at the cover that I get on my video, there's a white spot on his head.
Yeah.
Now I said in the video that's not. I said it, and I still say it now. That's not damage. You know. Now everyone kept saying to me that it is damage, but it's not. It's a printing issue. It is with it. That has that white mark on it. Now someone actually summed it up perfectly. He said that's you're the only person that has that.
Yeah.
It's almost like a birthmark, and that's exactly how I see it. And I was trying to tell so many people to why I wouldn't leave it back, and for that reason, you know, if it was a tear, it definitely would have went back, but it's not. It's a printing thing, and I'm okay with it.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. So, what would be your special edition of choice, Keith?
They're asking. That's the wrong person to ask that question. I'd have to get a giant bow and wrap it around this entire room. If I was to pick one, maybe, even though I always say that the Hitchcock collection is my crown jewel, but maybe my bust of Predator, because it was my first bust I ever got. It started me on that bust journey, and not only that, my fiance was the one that bought it for me, so she kind of started me on that. So yeah, it'll probably be that.
Great choice there. Great choice there, Keith. For me, I honestly don't know. I don't have many lavish big box sets, but I must admit the release of Ghostwatch was really nice last year, and I actually did get a couple of nice big box sets from Imprint this week, which I'm going to do a video on soon. Nice. And one of them is incredible. The amount of care and attention that went into that. So probably one of them too.
Imprint are doing the rounds at the moment.
Yeah, they are. I've had a few parcels from them, and the releases are very good. Some great unknown films, and the amount of care and attention they put to the releases, the slip covers and everything. Very nice artwork.
Absolutely.
Sam says, I'd like to see the original TMNT film, which is Jamie Powell's favourite film of all time. That is a lot of fun. It's definitely a nostalgic film for me. I remember watching it as a kid. Haven't seen the second and third one, but really do like that first one. Andy, you're a big fan of it, I know.
Yeah, I love it. It's kind of a mixture of the cartoon and the first comic book. Yeah, I just think it's great. I love the turtles in it. I love them as characters in it. Raphael's probably my favorite. He's just great. And the scream he does in it is terrifying. When I first heard that when I was a kid, and the relationship between him and Splinter is so underrated. Yeah, I just adore that film.
Brilliant. Mike, what about you? What's your thoughts on the film?
Yeah, I quite like it. I don't really have much nostalgia for it, 'cause I didn't watch it until I was probably about maybe 12 years old or something. But I do enjoy it. It's very dark. It's not like a kid's film at all. It's like quite violent and quite dark, but it's still really good. Yeah.
Great stuff. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. To be fair, it was a lot of fun. I don't have any sort of like nostalgia towards it because I only watched it for the first time a few years ago. But it's still a really good time. To be fair.
Great stuff. And what about you, Keith?
I loved it when I was younger. I absolutely loved it. But it's one of them movies that I haven't revisited in years, even though I only just bought. I think it might be a Zavvi exclusive steelbook of it. I found it on eBay, and I got it for cheap enough, so I decided to take a purchase on. I only got it around maybe 3 weeks ago, so I'll probably be revisiting that one very soon. But I do remember enjoying it when I was younger.
Great stuff. Right, we have Stuart here saying, "Hello guys, can't make live chat out with the wife. I'll catch up
Yes,
in
Stuart.
the week, bud.
Hey,
No
Stu.
worries, mate." We've got Sinjin here saying, "I watched Starman the other night. Would any of you like to see a sequel, even though it's been 39 years?" Andy, what about you?
I don't know. I just like that movie the way it is. I like how self-contained it is, and I like how it ends. I don't know. It's that one Carpenter film. When I watch it, I forget it out of his filmography, and then when I watch it, I'm like, oh damn, that was really good. Yeah.
I remember picking it up out of Poundland for a couple of quid. I didn't really know it was a John Carpenter film. Watched him, absolutely loved it. I mean, a sequel would be nice, but I think it's been way too long. Just keep it how it is. It feels special as it is.
Yeah.
Very underrated Carpenter film. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I think technically it did get a sequel because I think it had like a very short-lived TV series in the 80s, and I think it was meant to be like a follow-up to the film, but I've not seen it. But as a movie, now I think it works on its own, and I love the way the movie ends as well. I just love the use of the music and what happens to his character, and it just has the perfect ending for me. We don't need to see anything more after that.
Yeah, that's great. What about you, Scott?
I still need to see Starman actually, but I've heard it's really good. I do really want to watch that one.
Oh, great stuff. I hope you enjoy it when you get round to watching it, Scott.
Thank you, Pete.
And what about you, Keith?
I think Gary's trying to get me to cry on a live stream because I only spoken to him recently about that movie. That leaves me in a bad way every time I watch it. Every time I watch it, and it's mainly to do with the music at the end of it. The music is so just extraordinarily beautiful, but it stays with me. And every time I watch the movie, and when it's over, I'm like lying in bed, and rest assured, this song is playing through my head, and all I'm thinking about is all the saddest things that happened in my life. And that song is playing and playing and playing. So for me, to see that movie get a sequel, it's almost like giving a sequel to E.T. I don't think it would work, and that. So I think it's best just to leave it as it is.
Yeah, I can get that. Next up, we have Sam saying, "What's your favourite B-52 song?" Okay, I'm gonna have to have a look. Don't know. Did they do Rock Lobster? I'll say that one. There you go. That's a classic.
They did.
Love Shack.
Yeah, that's
The
a really good
Flintstones,
one.
the Flintstones theme. Didn't they do that as well? The Flintstones theme, I think they did.
Yeah.
Oh god,
Probably, yeah.
They had a cameo in the film, and they were called the BC-52s. It was like, fucking hell.
Oh god. Oh dear. So, Scott, what would be your favourite B-52 song?
None of them. Can't stand them, unfortunately. I think their songs are absolutely shite.
No worries. What about you, Andy? What's your favourite N52 song? N52 sounds like a motorway
Yeah.
B-52 song.
I don't know. They're a bit of a band that pissed me off, to be honest. I don't know. Just there's something very, very fucking annoying about them. I can't put my finger on it, but
You're right. It's very easy to put your finger on it.
well, yeah. I don't know. It's like their singer is like he sounds like he can't sing, but he's still trying. I don't know. They're just
He gets an A for effort. That's the.
They're a fucking weird band. I don't know. I'd probably have to say Love Shack because that's the only one I can think of. But fuck me, they're a weird group.
Yeah.
I didn't realise they did so many songs. I've just googled it and I'm like, these guys released a lot of songs. Wow.
It wasn't the B-50, like the REM song, Shiny Happy People. It was only One, wasn't it, from that band?
Yeah, she
That
did
sang
that with
I think
REM.
so,
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, again, I'm not a massive fan of them either, but I'll probably just have to say Love Shack.
Yeah. Great stuff. So, Dalboy says, no, St. No, I say leave it. Especially after the TV series that you did mention, Mike. I didn't know there was a TV series.
Yeah, I think it only had about 5 episodes and then got cancelled.
Wow. We have Mac Chat saying, I Spit on Your Grave has 5 films in the franchise. How did that happen? Wow. I knew there was a few, but I didn't know there was 5. Have you seen all 5, Andy, or just a couple, or none?
I haven't seen any of them, but I do want to see the first one. And I need to trap myself for it.
What about you, Mike? Have you seen them all, or just the first one?
I've only watched the first one. It's one of those movies I remember reading about years ago, and I remember thinking I never want to watch that movie, but for some reason I watched it over the weekend, and yeah, it's just a very, very brutal film. If you think Last House on the Left is bad, yeah, you haven't seen nothing yet with this movie.
Wow. Oh my. Scott, have you seen it? You'll probably say yes. I watched it with my dad.
No. I watched the remake of I Spit on Your Grave, and wow, that film is brutal. That is really, really nasty stuff. But the revenge stuff is very satisfying in it. I will say that, but even that's quite brutal to watch, to be honest.
Yeah, great stuff. And what about you, Keith?
I've seen 2. I've seen the original and the remake. Actually, I'm going to be one of these rare people. I thought the remake was better than the original, if I'm completely honest. I think it was a faithful remake. It was just as brutal. It might even be worse than the original. And that's saying something because, my God, that movie is brutal to look at. It's never going to be one of my go-to franchises, if I'm completely honest. There's a line that I have, and them movies kind of cross it once or twice.
Yeah, I can imagine. Right. Next up, we have Sam here saying, what is your favourite revenge drama? Question's gone, I don't know why. But revenge drama, that's a good question, Sam. Can you think of one, Andy?
Yeah, there's a movie that came out in 2013 called Blue Ruin. It's fucking great and it's so underrated. It's like this guy whose parents were killed by someone, and he gets revenge on him and his whole family. And just some of the stuff in it is just it's brutal.
Wow. That's just popped up here on Google. It does sound really good. I'll have to check that one out. Great pick there, Andy. What about you, Mike?
If we're talking dramas, I'd probably just have to say something like I Saw the Devil, the Korean film. But otherwise, if we're talking any revenge movies, then definitely License to Kill.
Yeah. Very good picks there, Mike. What about you, Scott?
Can't think of a favourite revenge drama, but my favourite revenge film is probably Vigilante. I think that's an amazing film from the 80s. Really enjoyed it.
Nice one. Great pick there, Scott. And what about you, Keith?
You wanted the Death Wish movies. 1 or 2, maybe 2, and that. Yeah, can't be a bit of a Charles Bronson. You can't. So yeah, I'm leaning towards Death Wish.
Yep, that's a great one. I'm also thinking Death Sentence with Kevin Bacon as well. That's brutal.
Oh,
Yeah, so that would
to go.
probably be mine. But yeah, great question there, Sam. Right, Sinjin's on about TV series. Yeah, can't find the TV series. Is it any good? David says, I've moved into a 1-bedroom flat, my first time back on YouTube. I thought I haven't seen you for a while, David, so I hope you're keeping well, and congratulations on your new flat. It's good to be back. Watch your live streams. Miss what's in your live stream. I will always support your YouTube channel. Thanks ever so much, David, and congratulations on the move.
Perfect.
Dalboy says, hopefully this has happened in your life for you to answer. What favourite film did you like to sit down with your mum and dad and watch? Oh, that's a good question. I don't know what would be for me. Andy, what about you?
Caligula.
Yeah, very good pick there.
Every Christmas.
Yeah. Oh wow! Whilst you're tucking into your turkey. Oh.
Yeah.
Lively Christmases round your house, then. Oh,
I can't. In all seriousness, I can't think of one, to be honest.
No worries.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I can't really think of one either, because I think a lot of my favorite movies, I think my parents had already seen, or they were the ones that introduced it to me. So it's kind of hard to think. I'd probably just have to say something like the Indiana Jones movies. Like, they were always fun to watch with my parents. Well, the first 3.
First 3, yeah. Great ones. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, I'm sort of struggling as well, to be fair, but I'd probably have to go with one of the Rocky films, like Rocky 3 or Rocky 4. So.
Yeah, I was half expecting Irreversible. I should watch that with your dad.
No.
And what about you, Keith?
My father introduced me to The Exorcist at the age of 8, and I'm not kidding. That is no bullshit. But there was, and I asked him at the end of it when I finished shitting myself, why did you make me watch that? And his actual instant reply was, he actually thought I could handle it. He was wrong. But there was one movie that I always liked watching with my father, just to see his face whenever we'd watch it. It's Delta Force, believe it or not. Chuck Norris, Delta Force. He loves that movie, and he's always at his happiest when he's watching it. So I love watching it and watching him watching it.
Yeah, brilliant pick there. What a film, and what a theme song that they love to constantly play throughout the film.
That is the ultimate hero song.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. For me, that's quite a hard one. I don't think I've actually sat and watched films really years ago with my parents. Probably say something like Toy Story films or something from my childhood. That's the only thing I can really think of. We've got Mac Chat here saying going to see Oppenheimer at the weekend. I'm in between seeing it on IMAX, which is digital, or on 70mm non-IMAX in the IFC decisions. Well, I hope whatever you pick, you have a great time watching it. It's a really good film. Not very good with this technical sort of stuff, but what would you rather go and see Oppenheimer in 70mm or IMAX, Andy?
I'd probably say IMAX just for the explosion sequence alone.
Yeah, I would say IMAX as well. Mike?
Yeah, probably IMAX.
Scott?
Yeah, I'd go with IMAX as well.
And Keith?
It has to be IMAX. It's made for IMAX. Has to be.
Certainly is. Right, we have David here saying Pete always does amazing live streams and you all guys do the best. It's nice to be back to watch your live stream. This is going to be a fun evening. Thanks ever so much, David. And thanks ever so much for your support. It's a real team effort here. So, and Dalboy does agree. It was great chatting to you last week as well, Dalboy, on the stream. Always a joy
Yeah,
to...
it was great. I enjoyed that, yeah.
Yeah. We got Del Boy also saying, Ant-Man Quantum Mania is my favourite film of all time. Oh dear. Nah, nobody will ever start with that question. Oh, what a film. But you didn't mind it, didn't you, Andy? You thought
I didn't mind it. I didn't. I thought it was all right. Wasn't the worst thing ever.
Well, I'm glad that you had some fun with it.
My least favorite Marvel film is still Iron Man 3.
Yeah,
Iron Man 3.
Yeah, Iron Man 3 is still my least favorite Marvel film. I'll take any of the Thors, Eternals. Iron Man 3 is still my least favorite one. That movie pisses me off.
I remember saying to my fiance at the time when we watched it for the first time, I'm almost certain we tried to add up the minutes that he was actually Iron Man in that movie. And it wasn't much.
Yeah. I fucking hate
Shane Black film. It was. Christmas Saturday as well.
Shane Black needed a slap for that film.
So for the Predator as well, that other one. 2018 Predators. Oh, that is a bad film.
Oh yeah, that was bad.
I love that movie.
You love it? Wow!
I love that movie. It is a Shane Black movie through and through. It's that slapstick kind of characters playing off each other. I love the movie. I'm the only person that likes that movie. I don't know why everyone hates it.
Wow, it's the first time I've actually heard somebody said they really enjoy it. It's great to hear you enjoyed it.
I went out and bought the soundtrack and everything on vinyl. I bought everything that I could get for that movie. The only thing that I hated about it was the ending. I bloody hated the ending. And when I heard what the original ending was meant to be, I thought it would have been brilliant. But you remember the scene at the end of it where the capsule opens and the big weapon comes out? Well, apparently they were talking to Sigourney Weaver to come back as Ellen Ripley, and she was going to come out of it at the end of it. And I thought that would have been that would have been a great ending, even though it would have led into another Alien and Predator movie, which are absolutely horrible. But I think I would have been surprised by it.
That would have been a cool surprise ending, I must admit. Yeah. Right. Next up, we have Mike here from Did You See That saying, hey everyone, hope you're all doing okay. Hey Mike.
Hello Mike.
Thanks for joining me. Me and Scott will be on Mike's stream tomorrow night at 8 till 9:30. You're on that time as well, mate?
I am indeed, yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be another fun stream, so be sure to pop on over to Mike's channel, support him. I think Nige and Sam's going to be on it, and he's got a few other people coming on at 9:30, so definitely check his stream out. They're always a lot of fun. And you've got a stream as well Friday night, Scott?
I have indeed, yeah, looking forward to it as always.
Yep, 8 o'clock. And who's the special guest this week?
It's going to be Mike from T-Shizzle and Ian Hill's going to be joining us from Ian Hill and the Rumbling, so it's going to be a great stream.
Great selection of guests there. So be sure to check out Scott's stream on Friday night at 8. It'll be a great one.
Thank you, Pete.
Delboy says, I will say I think Inhumans is probably the worst thing Marvel has ever done. What a shit TV show. Was that a Sky one they did about 10 years ago? I think I can remember it. Never saw it.
Never heard of it, to be honest.
I think Ant-Man's probably the worst Marvel film for me. That or Thor not Thor Love and Thunder, Thor the Dark World. That's pretty bad as well. We got Minhalju here saying, hey, it's all that time for Mortal Kombat. Oh, wow. Hey, Minhalju, thanks for joining.
Hello, mate. Mortal Kombat.
Oh, Sai says, Falcon and the Winter Soldier is the MCU production for me. Oh, glad you enjoyed that one. I watched a couple of episodes, could not get into that one. Has anybody else seen Winter Soldier? Falcon and Winter Soldier?
Nah.
Yeah, I thought it was the best show they did, to be honest.
Really? Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Followed closely by WandaVision.
Yeah.
I didn't care
for Loki
at all.
Didn't you?
At all. No.
I see the new trailer come out for Loki, and I must admit, it looks pretty good, but then all the trailers for these TV shows look good, and then when you watch them, they just don't translate well to the episodic format.
Yeah.
Minhaju says, "Wow, I watched Identity for the first time, and that film is great. The mystery and suspense is so great." Identity. I don't think I've seen that one.
Oh, Pete.
It's from 2003, is it?
Yeah, that's right.
No, I haven't seen
it.
Ray Liotta's in it, yeah, as well.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, yeah. John Cusack as well. I haven't seen that one. Haven't even heard of it. I thought he was talking about the Bourne Identity for a minute. No, I haven't seen it, but it sounds good to me, so I'll definitely want to check it out. Andy, you a fan?
Definitely.
Yeah, I really, really like the movie. The big reveal in the ending is a little bit of a letdown for me when you watch it, when you repeat view it. But it's still really good. It's still a really, really awesome, fun film, and with an amazing cast and a great premise. Yeah, just love that film.
Sounds great to me. Mike?
Yeah, I enjoy the movie, but I personally don't like the ending. I don't like the reveal. It kind of ruins the movie for me. But like the first 2/3 of it, I think are great.
Yeah. Brilliant. Keith, you're a big fan?
No, I have to agree with what the boy said there. The ending, the reveal it's not a horrible reveal. It's just the movie's just that good. It just doesn't live up to it.
Yeah.
But the setting of that movie, the setting, the atmosphere, wow. You feel every bit of it when you're watching that movie. Awesome setting to it. Just, I can't think, it is my dream setting to a horror movie, even though it's not a horror movie.
I'm sold.
There's a scene in the opening, and it is fucking horrific.
Oh, yeah.
I remember watching it with my... I sat down with my dad to watch that film because I'd seen it before, he hadn't, and he watched it. And it happened, and he went, Jesus, fuck. He couldn't believe what he'd seen. He was like, wow. I was like, yeah, it's horrific.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm sold on it. And Scott, have you seen it?
I haven't yet, no, but it's a film that I've been meaning to watch for quite a while, to be fair.
I don't want to put you off, Pete. I don't want to put you off it, but it is the director of Light of Destiny as well.
Oh, James Mangold, is it?
James Mangold, yeah.
He's done some good films.
He has done some great movies.
Yeah, it's just his recent one hasn't been so good. I think he did the Ford versus Ferrari film, and I'm not really much into that, but I enjoyed that as well.
Why do you think I was so excited for Dial of Destiny? Is because he hasn't, in my eyes, he hasn't made a bad movie.
No.
Until now.
Yeah. But I'm going to blame Disney on that. I don't think it's really his fault. I think whoever was going to get it was obviously, it was never going to live up to it. It's just, unfortunately, Disney had to interfere with it. And it seemed to be it's been a big flop, hasn't it, Indiana Jones?
Look, it was a flop before it even got released. 300 million budget. It was never getting that back. Never getting it back. They're saying it had to make close to 800 million just to turn a profit. It didn't even make half that.
And I noticed like a lot of the screenings for it, they ain't doing them now. I mean, Barbie and Oppenheimer, fair play to them, they have been all massive sellouts and done incredibly well for cinemas. And both original IPs. I know Barbie's based on a toy, but they're both new original films, so fair play to them. A lot of people are talking... Oh, sorry, Pete, what were you saying?
I'm just going to say there as well. Everyone's talking about Dial of Destiny. You know, it was an internet sensation how badly this movie flopped. But I'll tell you one thing: Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning is not doing much better either, and no one seems to be talking about that for some strange reason.
No,
it's very easy to talk about a movie that's bad, that's flopping. But when a movie is incredible and it's flopping, no one seems to want to talk about it. But that movie is struggling. That movie is definitely struggling. And I think that had a budget as well, similar to Dial of Destiny, nearly 300 million.
Because they were working on that years ago during the pandemic as well, weren't they? So they had to delay production and everything. It is a shame that hasn't done well, because that was really a good film. But I think probably launching the week before those two big films, that's what did it. Probably they should have delayed Mission Impossible till end of August, and it probably would have had a longer run in the cinemas. But
who would have seen that? No one would have predicted what happened with Barbie. Like, you know, I didn't see that coming.
I think I did
the
say
way
about a month or two ago. I said I'll be sitting here and Barbie will make it nearly $1 billion, and it looks like it's going to in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Honestly, I couldn't get a ticket for it.
Wow.
I booked it the week before it come out, and they weren't doing tickets for it. We luckily got 2 seats, and the screening was packed. Never seen a cinema like it.
I luckily got a ticket the Monday night after opening weekend, and the cinema was packed.
Wow.
And just couldn't. It was just everything was chock a block with it. Couldn't get a ticket at all. And it's a great film as well. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
I had a lot of fun with it. Yeah. Probably one of the most funniest films I've seen for a long while. It's really good.
Very, very much like the Lego movie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very much.
And Ryan Gosling is just a blast in it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one thing. Whoever thought that what the 2 biggest movies this year, and probably the biggest movies of the year, will be Mario Brothers and Barbie. Yeah. Never seen that coming.
It's probably a sign of the times changing for like people's taste, because an MCU film hasn't hit $1 billion for quite a while.
Disney haven't hit $1 billion.
No, that's true.
So
Yeah,
I think Disney are. It's almost like suicide what they're doing at the moment. They're literally killing themselves. They're antagonizing people. It's. I've never seen anything like it. When I seen the pictures for that Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs, I actually broke my arse laughing when my brother showed me. I thought it was a piss take, but when when I realized that it was actually a real picture, I couldn't believe it. It was shocking, and it doesn't seem to be stopping.
The Little Mermaid, I don't think that did amazingly well in the box office either. I think it probably did 500 million, but they were expecting way more for that.
So, yeah, you see, they're looking, because they'll be looking at the likes of Aladdin, Cinderella. Well, not so much Cinderella, Beauty and the Beast. They all kind of got close to $1 billion. So, when you only hit 500, it's just not good enough.
Yeah, and they invest so much money into these projects for advertising and post-production, and they ain't getting the money back.
Me personally, I think if a movie makes 500 million in the worldwide box office and it's seen as a flop, then they're going to have to look at these budgets and scale them down considerably. Yeah, because I can't believe we're actually talking about a movie flopping that's making 500 million. It's crazy. It's insane, but it's true.
Yeah, they just waste too much money on the CGI stuff as well. I mean, like Ant-Man, how much that film costs and what the CGI looks like, especially like stuff like MODOK. What?
I know that's ridiculous. I know it's meant to be funny, but it's just ridiculous. Look,
it was embarrassing, really.
Yeah.
For like how high the MCU was with the quality of its CGI and stuff and storytelling to that, just like bottom of the barrel.
Yeah.
Right. Next up, we have Delboy again, and he says, when the comments load up, for me, and only me, I have been 45 years of Spider-Man fan, so I consider everything in that character is the heart of Marvel, but I have to say other Marvel films are portrayed better. Yeah, I do agree Spider-Man is the best Marvel property, but like it is and it isn't part of the MCU, but really do enjoy the Spider-Man films, especially the Tobey Maguire ones. They are the ones that probably feel like they have the most heart in them. What would you say, Andy?
Yeah, the Tobey Maguire ones for me they're my go-to ones. I absolutely love them. The Sam Raimi ones. I love them. I was gutted we didn't get the 4th movie. They're what I consider to be the Spider-Man films.
I completely agree. Mike?
Yeah, I'm just the same as Andy, really. I love the Sam Raimi movies, and it's a shame we didn't get that 4th movie. I always felt when they did Amazing Spider-Man and it was like a reboot, it always felt just too soon. Like I think they released it like 5 years after Spider-Man 3. It just seems so unnecessary. I would rather we'd have got a 4th movie from Sam Raimi.
Yeah, we've had like 2 reboots in under like 20 years with Spider-Man. It's silly. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, I agree with Mike and Andy. I love the first three Sam Raimi Spider-Man films, and it would have been great to have seen a fourth movie to that, definitely.
Yeah. And you, Keith?
Yeah, I agree with all the lads. It has to be the Sam Raimi trilogy for me. I knew he was the minute I seen Darkman. I knew I was like, this fella will do a great job at Spider-Man. You know, you know, when you watch Darkman, there is similarities to even the music in Darkman. My God, you swore you were watching a Spider-Man movie. It's amazing. But yeah, it has to be the original three for me. And not taking anything away from the Tom Holland movies. The thing about the Tom Holland movies for me is I watched all three of them. I enjoyed all three of them, but I've only ever watched them once. But yet the Sam Raimi trilogy, I go back and I watch consistently. You know, so it's, you know, take what you want from that.
Proper comfort films they are, the Raimi trilogy.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And it says in the credit that Hard Target was like produced or something by Sam Raimi, because I see him in the credits. And I swear I saw Ted Raimi pop up in a cameo in the film.
He was.
Yeah, I thought that's him. Wow. We have Red Romantics here saying evening all. Evening, Red Room. Thanks for joining.
Hello, mate.
Sinjin says The Warriors was an okay film, but the one movie that doesn't get mentioned much is The Wanderers, which I think is a cracking film. Haven't even heard of The Wanderers. And have you seen it, Andy?
I've heard of it, but I've never seen it. It's one I've been meaning to check out for quite some time because I've heard nothing but good things about it.
Right. Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I've seen it. I think it came out the same year as The Warriors, and it's a very similar movie, and it's got a very similar title. But yeah, it's really good. It's kind of different to The Warriors. It's probably more of a drama, sort of comedy type of movie, but it's very, very similar, like rival gangs and things like that. But yeah, it's good.
Oh, sounds good. And what about you, Scott?
Yes, one of my favourite films of all time. To be honest, I grew up watching it when I was a kid. Always been one of my favourite films about gangs and music and stuff like that. I just think it's a cracking film.
Brilliant. And Keith, what about you?
I never seen it. I actually went out to Amazon Germany there a couple of days ago, and I seen a steelbook for it. And I was actually going to buy it because I was kind of saying to myself, if it's a steelbook, there must be something to this movie. But it was too expensive, so I didn't pull the trigger on it. But yeah, I'd never seen the movie.
No, first time I've heard of it. I'll have to check it out. We have Red Romantics here saying thoughts on Don't Worry Darling. I was surprisingly impressed. Well, I wouldn't mind checking it out for Florence Pugh and Gemma Chan, but not too fussed about Harry Styles in it. You've seen it, Andy? What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I quite enjoyed it, to be honest. It's not perfect, but yeah, there was so much drama going on with that film, like behind the scenes. I was like, I've had enough of that shit. Let me just watch the film and see what it's like. And I thought it was all right. I didn't mind it at all. Harry Styles is probably the worst thing about it. The guy can't act. But Florence Pugh was amazing in it.
Oh, glad to hear you enjoyed it. And I definitely do agree. The drama backstage definitely overshone the film, and it was more about that than anything else.
It did the movie no favors. All that.
No, it didn't. What about you, Mike? Have you seen it?
I still haven't seen it. Like I keep seeing it in HMV. I think it's like $6.99 at the moment, and I keep like meaning to get it, but I don't know. I just can't bring myself to buy it for some reason, just because of all the mixed reviews I've heard about it. So I'll probably just see if I can find it in like CEX or something. Because yeah, I don't know. I just don't want to pay £7 for it. I probably sound like a cheapskate, but yeah.
Don't worry, I feel the same. I look at it and I was like, I do want to watch it. Not too bad for £7, and then I see Harry Styles on the front cover, and I'm like, that can wait.
Yeah.
What about you, Scott? Have you seen it?
It interested me when it came out last year. To be honest, I didn't get around to watching it.
No worries, mate. And have you seen it, Keith?
No, my fiance watched it there a couple of days ago. She actually really enjoyed it. She thinks I would enjoy it as well. So I might check it out sometime.
Oh, that's good. Right. Mike says, a question to know you, a get to know you question. Outside of making YouTube videos and watching movies, do you have any hobbies? Very good question there, Mike. I'll let Andy go first.
Yeah, it's funny Mike should ask this because this month through August, I'm debating whether to do a Blu-ray pickups video at the end of the month or not because my second hobby is taking up it's chewing up a lot of my bank account at the minute, which is action figures. So I'm focusing on that this month. I'm trying to rebuild my Star Wars figure collection, and sadly they're not cheap. But yeah, I think the movies are going to have to take a bit of a back burner this month.
And you have a very impressive collection of figures. You should done videos showcasing your collection of figures.
Yeah, I did do them maybe about 18 months ago now, but they just didn't get the views. But yeah, maybe one day I might do them again.
Yeah, great stuff. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people probably know this about me already, but I love music and I play guitar. So if I'm not watching movies, I'm probably listening to music and playing guitar.
Yeah,
and I've seen your
musician.
video you done.
Oh yeah,
I was actually meant to contact you about that. How long did it take you to put that all together?
Probably about a couple of weeks, I think.
Wow. It was absolutely incredible. And I'm a massive Iron Maiden fan, and I was really impressed by it.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You're very talented, Mike.
Thanks, Pete.
Yeah, great singer, Mike, definitely.
Yeah, if you haven't gone over to Mike's, it's your cover channel. What's your cover channel called?
It's just called Michael Woods Covers, just a very basic name. Yeah.
Yeah, so definitely go out and check the other channel out. I think that's linked in your channel, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
I watched a few of them. I think I think Free Falling was your first video, was it?
Yeah, that's really old. That one.
Yeah. I checked that out as well. I thought it was very good.
I really like that, to be fair, yeah.
I remember when we first got you on the streams, Andy said, check out my friend's work, and I was listening to him. I was like, God, he's very talented.
Yeah.
I'm trying to sort of get back to that channel a bit more, like do a lot more with it, because I think for the last few videos it's been like one a year or one every 6 months, but I want to try and just be a bit more regular with it.
Would you ever go into a band or do a bit of like gigging?
I used to be in a band when I was at uni, and I enjoyed it, but it was, I don't know, like sometimes it was like I just couldn't be bothered with like rehearsals or traveling for gigs and things like that. I always wanted to be in a band, and then once I got into it, I found I don't really enjoy it as much as I thought I would. So I like more the recording side and that kind of stuff.
That's totally understandable, but keep with what you're doing. You're really good at it.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
What about you, Scott?
Yeah, I myself am also a massive fan of listening to music. I listen to music every single day. Loads of great singers from like 70s, 80s, 60s, all that kind of stuff. I do love playing games every once in a while as well. I've always been a big fan of gaming and stuff like that. And I do also really like watching football as well.
Brilliant stuff there, Scott. Great selection of hobbies. And what about you, Keith?
I have a lot of hobbies, but I haven't kind of I'm not keeping up with them as much as I want to. I play a lot of golf. I find golf is a great stress reliever. Just go for a round, take your troubles away. I've just recently started getting into cycling. I just recently bought bikes there, myself and my fiance, and we're just trying to get healthy. And we're actually really enjoying that, even though it's so hard. It is, and people are always saying, like, what's the hardest thing about cycling? It's fucking sitting on the saddle. That's the killer. I think the first time we went out, we done like we cycled something like 15 mile. And when I got off the bike, I'm not kidding you, I felt like I just spent time with some big black dude in a cell, just having his way with me. I am not kidding you. I felt like I was raped. I'm not going to lie. It was absolute killer. And it took me nearly 3 days to get back onto the bike again, just to recover from it. So yeah, sorry about that.
I was not expecting that tonight. Brilliant answer there, Keith. Me, gaming, who'd have thunk it? Big fan of it. Loads of games. Been loving it since I was a kid. Big into reading. Used to love doing like reading years ago, but I haven't really got into it much. I'm now like kind of getting into like activities like exercise, keeping myself a bit yeah, just about it, and traveling as well. Not loads of hobbies, but still a few. We've got Minhalju here saying, I watched the Thing prequel in such a long time, and I really like that film. This may be controversial, but am I wrong to like the prequel better than the original? I really like that film.
His face.
When he turned around and he says it's wrong for me to like that prequel, I was like, no, not at all. And then when I read the bit more of the original, I was like, oh.
It was like as if you'd bitten into a chocolate only to discover it was a sprout. It's like, oh
dear.
Oh no. Oh no.
Well, I'm glad you enjoy it, Minhalju. I mean, there's worse things to like. That's your opinion, mate. I'm glad you like it. But wow, I don't think I've ever heard somebody say that before. But fair play to you.
I like the prequel. I like the movie. I enjoyed it. But I definitely wouldn't go that far. Just no, nothing comes close to the original. Well, having said that, probably one of my favorite movies of all time.
Well, I remember knowing somebody who used to go to college with who actually prefers the remake to The Fog than the original, and I'm like, what?
Wow.
But what about you, Andy? What do you think of the Thing prequel?
I only recently watched the prequel, and I did enjoy it. I thought it was all right. It doesn't hold a candle to the Carpenter one.
No.
But more power to Minhaju for being one of a kind, thinking it's his preferred one. Their preferred one.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Just that Carpenter film, it's ahead of its time, that maybe.
Yep. Magical film, really. How they've done it and how it still holds up. Holds up more than what like modern films do today with its practical effects at standard.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I think it's okay, but it's basically just the same movie, like the same plot and everything. But the big mistake it makes is it doesn't use practical effects. It uses like CGI, and it just doesn't work. But I will say I do really like the ending of the movie, the way it leads in to Carpenter's one, and when that music kicks in, it's like that classic theme. It's really cool. Yeah, so I do like the ending of it.
There was actually footage on YouTube for that movie. They were originally meant to do it all practically, and there is footage of them using the practical effects on it, and it looks so good. I can't believe they didn't stick with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I can remember somebody saying about that before, that they were going to do practical and then decided to go down the CGI route. Wasn't Mary Elizabeth Winstead in it as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. And what about you, Scott?
I haven't actually seen the prequel, to be fair, but I've heard it's okay. I do love the John Carpenter one, though. That film's absolutely incredible. Practical effects in it are just so good, and yeah, it's one of my favourite Carpenter films. I'll be back in a minute. Just got.
No worries, Scott. Next up, we have Delboy here saying, last Marvel quote for me tonight, so we're all safe no matter what is said. My promise to you all. Okay. I don't know which part of that was the quote, but thank you, Delboy. We've got Jake here saying, hey everyone. Hey Jake, hope you're doing well.
Hey, Jake.
We have the famous Winslow wave here. Hey Winslow. We have another vote for Scanners.
Yeah.
And a vote for Crash. Sinjin says Lance Hendrickson was brilliant in Stone Cold as the Hells Angels leader. It's cheesy but a lot of fun. Haven't heard of that one. Have you seen
Yeah.
Stone Cold, Keith? Yeah, you seen that?
I see. Oh, years ago. I can't really remember the movie. I actually remember the cover very well to it, but it's been a long time. But I do remember Lance Henriksen being in it.
Oh, cool. What about you, Andy?
No, not heard of it. Sorry.
No worries. What about you, Mike?
I think I've heard of it, but no, I've not seen it.
No worries. Right, let's have a look here. Sam wasn't a fan of Dial of Destiny either. Yeah. It's going to be a lot of people's most disappointed film of the year, I think. Crash for me, but boy, it's close as I love Scanners. We've got Minhalju here saying I watched Child's Play remake with Mark Hamill as the voice of Chucky, and so much fun with that. Fun time. I haven't seen that remake. I've heard mixed things about it. You seen it, Andy?
Yeah, I thought it was all right. Wasn't awful. Wasn't great. Nothing touches the first movie for me.
Yeah, I can get that. And Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I remember I went to see it in the cinema, and yeah, I'm the same. Really, it was okay. It wasn't anything special, but it wasn't terrible.
Scott, what about you?
I haven't seen a Child's Play remake, but I've heard it's not that great, to be honest. I will get around to it eventually when I've watched all the sequels, but I do like the first movie quite a lot.
Yeah, the first film's really good. The second one's pretty good as well. I think
Yeah,
I'm done
I quite
after
like
the third one.
as well.
What about you, Keith?
You are my buddy. No, sorry.
Oh, good, right?
It's got one of them songs in it that sticks in your head. It's kind of like Halloween 3. You know, Season of the Witch, the song that's played. That song in Child's Play sticks in my head. Look, it's an okay remake. It's like I'm like Andy. It doesn't come remotely close to the original trilogy. Never mind the original movie. But I had an okay time with it. Fair play to them for doing something a little bit different.
Yeah. We've got Carlos here. Eastwood for Life fan. Hey, Carlos. Hope you're doing well,
Hey,
mate.
Carlos.
Thanks for
Hey, Carlos.
contacting me today. I'll message you later. Hi, Pete, Andy, Mike, Keith, and Scott. Always great to see Keith as a special guest on the live stream. Absolutely.
Appreciate that.
And we'll
I think
definitely
he
have
won.
to get you.
He won horror YouTuber. Or something. I think I've seen something. Am I right in saying that?
Did,
Yeah, a horror YouTuber of the month or something. I can't remember what it was.
No, I do remember that. But yeah, great to see you here, Carlos. And I definitely will be inviting you on the stream in the future. Been wanting to get you on for a long while.
Yeah.
We've got Sam saying Scanners is awesome. Love it. I cannot wait to see it. I ended up getting a cheeky couple of months free for movie, and it's on there. After getting a cheeky month free for Paramount Plus, I seem to always get those cheeky freebies.
Lovely.
Minhaji says, I would say it's better than the Chucky TV series, or anything's better than that. Or bad. Did not like that one little bit. Has anybody else seen the Chucky TV series?
No.
Just stay clear. St. John says, I knew you would say Scanners, Keith. We are so old school.
Me and Gary, we do this thing every week now that we're every Friday we come up with these top 10s of our favorite remakes, worst remakes, and it's frightening how close our lists do be to each other. We have such similar tastes. So, yeah, he's a nice lad.
We got Cowboy saying Rabid was my first Cronenberg film. That's a great film. I do like that one.
That's a great movie.
Still need to rewatch it, mate. What's your thoughts on Shivers? I can't remember if I've seen Shivers or not. I think I might have done. What's your thoughts on Shivers, Andy?
From what I remember, I wasn't really that big of a fan of it, I don't think.
No.
Yeah. Mike?
Yeah, I actually quite like it. It's kind of like about these people who live in this high-rise building, and this like slug-like creature gets in, and everyone starts getting infected with it, and it turns them into like sexual deviants or something.
Oh yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, they turn them into horny buggers.
Yeah. But I quite enjoy it, to be fair.
I think I watched that when I was a kid, bizarrely. Great parents. What about you, Scott? Are you seen Shivers?
No, it's one of these films that I'm still yet to watch, but I've heard good things about it, to be fair.
I think they released it on Arrow, didn't they, along with Rabbit quite a few years
I
ago.
think so, yeah.
And I gather you've seen it, Keith. What's your thoughts on it?
I didn't like it. I'm not going to lie, I didn't like it. I actually picked it up on Arrow. The Arrow release was the first time I actually seen the movie. It's one of them rare movies that I've never seen from David Cronenberg, and yeah, it wasn't for me, unfortunately.
Yeah, I can understand that. And following on, we have Sam asking Keith, what's your favourite 4K that you own?
You know, I always tell the same. I always say the answer the same movie, and people are always surprised by it. Hellfest.
Oh
Hellfest
yeah,
is,
you've said that a few times on your videos.
Regardless of what I think of the movie, I don't know why, but whenever I want to show off my 4K display, I knock on Hellfest. It just has everything that I want to see in terms of picture quality. It is so, for a horror movie, it's so unbelievably colorful, but it's incredibly dark. Those blacks are deep. It is unbelievably sharp. I mean, extraordinarily Maverick type sharpness to it.
Really?
It's quite incredible. It's what 4K is meant to be in my eyes.
Nice. That's one that's set in like a fairground, is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
I'm not saying it's the best. I'm just saying it is what. But like I said, whenever someone comes into the house, it's the movie I show them.
I'll have to check out. Okay, I have heard you talked about that one quite a few times, and I've been intrigued to check it out. I don't think it actually has a 4K release over here.
No, it's dead.
Hey, Danny, thanks for joining me. Hope you're doing well.
Right, Danny.
Yeah, Dan, how are you, mate? How's things?
We have Carlos saying, a question for Keith. As he picked up Arrow's Bruce Lee Golden Harvest set, how would he rate the release to previous Arrow editions? Is it the best put together collector's edition?
It is. I said it in the video. It's Arrow Video's crown jewel. No question about it. Nothing comes. And I have, like, I'm just looking at my Arrow Video collection now, and you're probably looking at the likes of, you know, the Hellraiser Scarlet box set, maybe Phantasm, you know, but my God, none of them come remotely close to this set. In terms of packaging, everything that you get, special features, I've checked out some of the transfers as well. It's just all top notch. I've never seen that kind of work go into a release like that. And I don't think, regardless of Hellraiser and the Psycho collection that's coming out this year, none of them are going to come close to that Bruce Lee collection.
Yeah, I think the only downer about it is that it wasn't a 4K event of the Dragon, but that's more on Warner Brothers' part than anything.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You've got it as well, haven't you, Andy? What's your thoughts on the set?
Yeah, it's. Well, I mean, Arrow have had 2 home runs this year for me, and it's that and the video store set. Yeah, they've just absolutely killed it this year. They've outdone themselves with that Bruce Lee set. Just everything to the way the discs are housed, the art cards, the hardback book you get with it. It's gorgeous. It's all the Bruce Lee you'll ever need probably.
Yeah.
It's a hefty price, but it's worth every penny. It looks like.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You've got it as well, haven't you, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, Keith, like the Hellraiser box set and the Phantasm one, and I remember like just thinking, like, when are Arrow gonna like do box sets like that again? Because I feel like for the last few years they kind of dropped the ball a little bit. But with this Bruce Lee one, like they've definitely jumped right back up, and I just hope we'll see more box sets like that in the future.
Yeah, hopefully so.
Like I was very disappointed with the that, like, I don't know if any of you pre-ordered. Did any of you pre-order the 4K release of the Hellraiser collection? Because I was very disappointed when when you compare it to the Scarlet box.
I pre-ordered it. I pre-ordered the other one, the one with the Chatterer.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just because the Scarlet box set has Pinhead on it, and I don't want to have another box set with Pinhead on, so I just thought I'd get that one just for a bit of variety. But I think the artwork on it looks really nice.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
bit expensive compared to the Psycho one, where you're getting like 5 discs. This one's only 4 discs. It's like £10 or £15 more. But I think it is quite a big booklet you get with this Hellraiser one.
Yeah.
And Scott, do you have the Bruce Lee set?
I don't know, but I am definitely tempted to pick it up because I love all the films, to be fair, and yeah, it looks really, really nice.
Yeah, it definitely does. We've got Sam and Delboy talking. We've got Delboy saying, "Oh, shivers! Yeah, I saw that years later, even though it was 75, but rough. But hey, a dark film, and the second watch, I was sort of hypnotized by it. Great claustrophobic film set in a high-rise building. We seem like we're going to have to get this Boogie Nights remake getting ready made. Andy's Dirk Diggler, great stuff. We've got Sam saying, question for the panel. If you've seen both these films, which one do you prefer? Drive from 2011 or Drive from 1997? Great question there, Sam. Andy, what would you say?
Yeah, seen them both, but the one I do prefer is the 2011 one, but they are both great.
Yeah, no, definitely. Mike?
I'm probably going to say the 97 one. I only watched that film, I think, last year sometime, and it really surprised me. I had a lot of fun with it.
Sam? Sam? Scott, sorry?
No worries. Yeah, but like both films quite a lot. Sort of two very different films to compare to, but I'm probably going to have to go with the 97 one, to be fair, but I do think that a 2011 Drive is probably the better film overall, but I just had a great time with the 97 one. Thought it was an awesome action film.
Great choice there, Scott. And what about you, Keith?
I've never seen the 97 one, so I'll have to go with the 2011. I actually only seen the 2011 one barely. It was only when I got the second slate release of it. And wow, what a great movie. Brutal.
Yeah.
My God, it's
it
brutal
is,
at times. But great movie.
Yeah, that shower scene in the 2011 one, whew, shocking.
Yeah.
Great question there, Sam. They both do feel like different sorts of movies, as Drive from 97 feels more like a rush hour sort of film, but a lot of fun. I would say Drive 2011 for me is the better film, but I do enjoy both. The 97 one's a lot of fun, and the one I've got, the 4K, you get 2 different cuts of the film, and apparently they're 2 totally different sort of cuts. So I have to check out the other one. Sadly, wasn't a fan of it, mate. Gave me the shivers, says Sam. Yeah, I think you have to be in the mood for shivers, says Delboy. I thought it was claustrophobic, and that made it work for me, but it was a long time ago. Andy's in his 50s. David says, we always have a good, amazing night. No streams with you guys. I think he means streams. But if we're in your dreams, that's good as well. And it's nice to be back. And it's nice to be back to watch this. I have moved into a 1-bedroom flat. Nice to be back to watch your live streams. And it's great to see you back, David. Right. And he says he'll always support our YouTube channels. Thanks ever so much. And everybody's links in the description, so go and support all their fantastic channels. Carlos says, I think we can all agree that we are John Carpenter fans, so his most underrated Carpenter movie from his career, and why? So that's a good question there, Carlos. There's quite a few I can think of. I don't know. I would say either Starman or Vampires. I really enjoy it, that film. Such a great sort of westerner vampire film. Really brutal, and James Wood is just stealing every scene he's in with that type of film. And also, don't mind, is it Memoirs of an Invisible Man with Chevy Chase? That's fun. It's not the greatest, but it's still fun. Andy, what about you?
I would probably have to go with Christine. Because he made that coming off critical panning of the thing. Because we've got to remember that when that film came out, critics hated it. It didn't make any money. So he was probably not feeling the best after that.
Yeah.
And then he just made this little amazing movie about this haunted car, which was incredible. Granted, it was all created by Stephen King, but he brought that story to the big screen, and he just did an amazing job. The effects of the way the car repairs itself, it's just absolutely brilliant. And the cast of that movie is great. The story's great. The music in it is great. Yeah, I just love that film.
Great pick there, Andy. What about you, Mike?
For me, it has to be Prince of Darkness. I just find that movie very creepy. I would say it's probably Carpenter's scariest film. I think it's scarier than Halloween.
Oh, great stuff. I haven't seen Prince of Darkness yet. Or is it In the Mouth of Madness? So I need to get them two watched.
That's good.
Scott, what about you?
I'm gonna probably have to go with Vampires. I thought that was amazing, and I always heard people say really negative things about it before joining YouTube, so I just assumed that it was a really bad film. But I watched it for the first time recently and thought it was actually really, really good. I like the Western sort of feel to it, and all the actors do a fantastic job, and I really like the effects on the vampires as well. They just looks incredible.
Great stuff there, Scott. And what about you, Keith?
Yeah, it has to be In the Mount of Madness for me. I think In the Mount of Madness is the start of his kind of decline, and it kind of gets lost. It gets forgotten about that movie because it's in that, right around the time of Village of the Damned, Memoirs of an Invisible Man, which were universally panned at the time, and I'm sure In the Mount of Madness as well was. Kind of feels like I think it was regarded like it's almost seen as like a trilogy of his apocalypse movies. I think there's Dale, Prince of Darkness, and then In the Mount of Madness. So yeah, it was In the Mount of Madness for me. I love a lot of the practical effects in it were great. Whenever they had to use CGI, I thought it looked pretty cool, especially at the time. Industrial Light and Magic actually done a lot of the work in that movie as well, which I think they've done a great job on. And just the story is so unbelievably original. Do you read Sutter Kane? I'd love to read one.
Oh, great stuff. Next up, we have Minhaljul here saying, have you heard of a film called Catacombs? I'm intrigued what that film is about. Call me thick, I couldn't gather anything from the trailer. Has left me curious. Is this a new one or an old film? I've never heard of it. Anybody heard of it?
No.
Not sure, no.
Let me have a look. Catacombs films. It's a film from 2007, it seems. It's got Pink in it, the singer Pink. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Okay. I don't know. It's not got a very high score on Rotten Tomatoes, but it doesn't mean anything. Check out the trailer. But if you do watch it, Minhaju, hope you enjoy it. David says, I can get back to watching your new live streams. Well, thanks ever so much, David. And as I said, it's great to see you back. We have John here from Mondo Chalabek Movies. Hey, John.
Hey, John.
Hey, John.
Just got back from an extremely rainy road trip to Barnsley and back. Have a great stream tonight, lads. Thanks, John.
I seen his picture. His wife Deborah put up a picture. It looked very miserable. Not me, just as in the rain. It seemed to be very bad, So.
Yeah, I've heard the weather's been really bad today, but here it's been sunshine all day. I was expecting it to be pretty bad, but I've seen clips of people on Facebook and it's been real bad. We've got Sam here saying Eastern Promises is a very solid one. Pete, have you seen A History of Violence? Yeah, I've seen that one before. That's a really good film with Viggo Mortensen, and I think Ed Harris is in it as well. It's a great little film. Andy, what's your thoughts on A History of Violence?
Yeah, they're both great. I love them both. Eastern Promises and A History of Violence. Viggo Mortensen kills it in both of them. Probably might have to give it to History of Violence. Probably prefer that one just a little bit more, but they're both amazing.
Yeah, fully agree. Mike?
Yeah, I really like History of Violence. It's probably David Cronenberg's most basic film. It's just kind of like a basic crime drama, but I think it's based on a comic, like a graphic novel, if I'm not mistaken.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a good film.
Awesome. Scott, what about you?
Yeah, I love History of Violence. I think it's fantastic. The acting in it is sensational, and it's just a really well made film.
Totally agree. And what about you, Keith?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the movie as well. I agree with what Mike said. It's for a David Cronenberg movie, it is quite simplistic. But sometimes it's nice to have a nice simple movie. You know, I wouldn't mind actually seeing something. I wouldn't mind seeing, funny enough, my God, Christopher Nolan do something similar, just something a little on the simpler side, just to see what it'd be like.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. Dalboy says my numbered Fifth Element film arrived today. Bastards left the box out in the rain. Damn raw Mal. Wow. Sorry to hear that, mate.
Wow.
Carlos says I agree. Why has horror movie hit the longer duration like Terrifier 2 and It Chapter 2?
Yeah.
Yeah. It Chapter 2 was way too long. That was what felt way overplayed. That one.
Yeah. It definitely outstayed its welcome. I must admit with Terrifier 2, the runtime did put me off, but bar like a couple of little sequences, the film kind of flew by. I had a lot of fun with that. But what about you, Andy? With Terrifier 2 and It Chapter 2, did you have problems with their length?
I didn't with Terrifier 2, but It Chapter 2, just watching the second one alone felt like I'd watched both of them.
Yeah, I agree. And Mike, what about you?
Yeah, like Terrifier 2, I thought like the length of that was okay. It was fine. Maybe chop out a few scenes, but overall it was fine. But It Chapter 2, like the problem I have with that movie is that I just think it's absolute dog shit. I don't ever want to watch that movie again, to be honest.
Yeah. Scott, big fan of Terrifier 2?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a great horror film. But yeah, It Chapter 2 is definitely way too long for its own good.
Yeah. And you, Keith?
Yeah, I remember resenting Terrifier 2 when I first got it in my hands for its running time, but when I watched it, it flew by. I have to admit, it did fly by. I had no issues. And just like the boy said, there is one or two segments that could be cut out of it. But It Chapter 2, you know, I enjoyed that collection of movies. But it's far too long. Kind of reminds me a bit like what I said about Ant-Man as well. It's almost like the director was given a sizable budget compared to the first movie, and then he just vomited CGI as much as he could, and yeah, kind of just spoiled the movie a bit for me. But it was way too long.
Yeah, I agree. Delboy says, to be honest, Euphoria Pictures has helped me get box sets like Six Sticks, Frighteners, and the German Huge Robin Hood box set. What a nice guy, and thanks. Yeah, Keith's one of the best.
I appreciate that, man. I really appreciate that. And that's what my channel's there for. It's to make people aware of these editions.
Yeah. Wouldn't have got that Forrest Gump set if it weren't for you, Keith.
I bet your wallet is not thanking me.
Yeah, no. Still hasn't forgiven me.
Can you imagine how my wallet feels? Because I have around 10 of those Maniacs editions.
Wow.
Yeah. When you get one of them in your hands, it's like, oh god, it's like God designed the DVD packaging for you, or the Blu-ray packaging for you. They're just stellar.
Absolutely. I know it's worth the money. People don't get it. I dread doing videos on them.
Yeah.
Because people hate they hate that I'm showing this such a remarkable box set for one movie.
Yeah.
They can't wrap their heads around it. They can't. But it's only when you get it in your hands you'll fully understand. As you know, Andy.
Yeah, it's when because when I bought it, I was like, oh, have I made the right choice? Have I done the right thing? And then when it arrived, I opened it and I was like, my god, this is something special.
I didn't even have to open mine. I just felt the weight of it.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, I think I'm sold.
Yeah.
Oh, great stuff. Minhaji says, hi Scott, I just want to say I love your pickups haul video. You put recently. I thought you had a good stack of handful of films there lately, especially the latest titles. Awesome video, mate. Great video. Yeah.
Thank you, mate. Really appreciate that. Means a lot.
Yeah, I agree. Sam says, what's your thoughts on Escape from LA? Andy?
Yeah, it's not one of Carpenter's best. It's a bad movie with some good moments in it, I'd say.
Yeah. Mike?
I didn't really like it. It's got some atrocious CGI in it.
Shock.
I remember the ending being really cool. Yeah, I can't remember exactly what happens, but I just remember it has a cool ending. But overall, it's basically just the same film again, but as the original one, but just nowhere near as good.
Yeah. Scott, what about you?
No, I haven't watched it yet. I just I heard bad things and sort of stayed away from it, to be honest. But I do own the 4K of it, so I will give it a go at some point.
Oh, cool. Well, I hope you like it when you get around to watching it.
Cheers, Pete.
And Keith, what about you?
I like it. I like the movie. It's a fun movie. It's you know what I love about it? I love the characters that you see in it. Like, you know, where else are you going to see a movie where Bruce Campbell plays a plastic surgeon and Pam Grier plays a man? You know, it's there's some very actually what's his name, Steve Buscemi. I actually really like his Maps of the Star Eddie. I like his character a lot in it as well. So for me, I like the characters in it. But as Mike said, let's face it, it's the exact same movie. They've changed one or two little things. If Escape from New York has more, for me, it kind of has a more horror setting, where Escape from LA has an action setting. So, you know, so there is things I do like about it, but it will never be a page on the original movie.
Yeah, totally do agree. It's fine. There's a few fun moments, but nowhere near as good as the original.
Yeah. Bruce Campbell in that film, I always thought he looked like Robert Zadar from Maniac Cop.
I
was like,
you're right.
Is it? I was like, is that Robert Zadar, or did they just put really good makeup on Bruce Campbell?
Yeah. Minhaji says, hope you had a great birthday, Scott.
Thank you, Minhaji. Yeah, it was really good. Thank you.
We have Sai saying, I just rewatched City of God and I forgot how good it was. Have you guys seen it? Don't think I have. No, I haven't, unfortunately. Have you seen it, Andy?
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Is it?
Really good. Yeah. Great characters in it. It's been ages since I've seen it, though.
Mike, have you seen it?
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen it as well, but I do remember it was really powerful.
Scott?
Yes, absolutely incredible. I absolutely loved it. Great characters in it, and yeah, it's quite emotional and powerful as well. Would highly recommend it.
I'll have to check it out. And Keith, you haven't seen it?
No, I've never seen it. Never seen it.
No. Sam says it's in his top 10 of all time. Oh,
wow.
I'll have to check it out. Dalboy says to Sam, I was actually at America day one at the premiere for Escape from LA and hated it at the time, but later on I liked it, but boy, I was disappointed on that day. Yeah, I can bet.
Yeah, I get that.
He was actually in LA, which was pretty apt. Yeah, we've got Sam talking to Dalboy. Right, here we go. We've got Minhaji saying, has anybody seen Spawn? What's your thoughts on it? This was a film from the late 90s. I think I might have seen it years ago, but can't remember much about it. Andy?
You God, yeah, it's again, it's another one of those movies. It's not good, but it's not bad either. It's just best thing about it is probably the makeup on John Leguizamo. He's unrecognizable in that film.
Yeah, I think you're right there. What about you, Mike? Have you seen it?
I actually have never seen it. I've always wanted to, but I think it's always had like mixed reviews as far as I can remember. So I don't know. I've just never really gotten around to seeing it.
Okay, no worries. What about you, Scott?
No, I've never really been interested in watching it, to be fair. It never really appealed to me.
No worries, mate. And what about you, Keith?
I went to see it in cinema. I did.
Did you?
Can't remember the movie. Cannot remember. Take what you want from that. I honestly, I definitely went to see it in cinema, but I cannot remember. I remember, although the very poor CGI on his cape, even at the time, it looked absolutely terrible. But I honestly can't remember the movie.
No worries, no worries at all. I can remember playing the PlayStation 1 video game. That was pretty bad, and that's about it. Right, next up, we have Sam saying, what's your favourite gangster film? Now, that is a really good question there, Sam. Do you want to go first, Mike?
Oh, it's the first Godfather for me. Yeah.
Oh, very good pick there. What about you, Andy?
Maybe Goodfellas.
Yep, really good pick.
Or Godfather 2.
Godfather 2 as well. Scott, what about you?
I'm probably going to have to go with Goodfellas. I think that film's amazing. One of my all-time favourites, that one.
Yep, brilliant stuff. And what about you, Keith?
Casino, for me.
Casino.
It just edges out Goodfellas for me because, and I think Mike said this before on another stream, my problem with Goodfellas I have, it's the last third of that movie doesn't quite live up to the first, 2/3 of it. So where Casino I felt was a bit more consistent. Not taking anything away from Goodfellas, of course, it's an absolute masterpiece.
Yeah. Great picks, guys. Me, I'm probably going to go with The Long Good Friday. I really enjoyed that one, so that's probably be mine, gangster. But I also I also say probably Eastern Promises as well. I was surprised how good that was. Cronenberg gangster film. I didn't even know it was. I went into that film completely blind and loved it. Minhaju says, will anybody be picking up Demolition Man at H&B exclusive Steelbook? They're doing these big, like, Warner Brothers 100th anniversary Blu-ray editions. I know they're doing one for Boogie Nights, a couple of Jackie Chan films. They look nice, but they're 30 quid for Blu-ray with a little bit extra gumph in it. Nothing really worth it. So now I've got the Blu-ray of it, so I'll just keep with that. What about you, Andy?
Oh,
I think he's on mute.
He is, yeah.
I think you're right. I think I am. No, I'm going to stick with... I've got that 5-film Stallone set on Blu-ray, which has got Demolition Man in, so I'm sticking with that.
Yeah, same here. Mike?
No. For me, it just seems like a big cash grab. If it was a 4K and it was like a new transfer and stuff, then maybe. But it's just the same Blu-ray we've already got in a fancy box with some like art cards, is it, and a poster. It's not enough for me to warrant getting it.
No, I definitely agree. Scott, what about you?
Nah, again, if it was a 4K, I would be tempted to get it for sure. But I think I might just get a normal Blu-ray of it, to be honest.
Yep. And Keith, what about you?
Yeah, no, I agree with everyone. I'm sticking to the Blu-rays that I have for it. Just uncalled for. No need. I think when you're doing a steelbook edition now to a movie nowadays, it should be 4K. You should do give the extra effort, and the movie deserves a 4K transfer as well. But not taking anything. I do remember the Blu-ray actually looking absolutely beautiful, but it's one of the movies that I'm sure would look amazing on 4K. So no, that's it's like Mike said, it's a cash grab.
Yeah, definitely. We got Jason the Old Millennial here saying hi from Salzburg in Austria. Oh. I'm in your guys' continent now, enjoying the sights. Maybe next time I'll be in England. Well, glad you're enjoying your holiday, Jason. I've seen your pictures on Facebook. Been to some very lovely places. Enjoy your holiday, mate.
Definitely.
Obscure, some like it hot. Ha ha ha. Hey, it has gangsters in it. Jason also says that Bruce Lee box set looks pretty cool. Yeah, it certainly does. Minhaju says, Scott, do you like the Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead? I haven't seen any Dawn of the Dead films, but I want to check them out.
No, I watched about 20 minutes of it, but that was a long time ago, to be fair. So I do plan to go back to rewatch it at some point, but just haven't brought myself around to rewatching it yet.
No worries. Sam talking to Delboy here about a gangster comedy called Mickey Blue Eyes.
Yeah, that's Hugh Grant.
Yeah, I thought it was, yeah. Got Steve-O here saying the Fifth Element Deluxe box set is fabulous. I know a lot of people have been waiting for that ages, and it's quite an expensive set, but it looks very nice.
I'm waiting for mine. My tracking has stopped moving on it. So I don't know what's happening.
Oh, well, I hope you get it super soon, Keith.
Yeah.
Minhalju says, has anybody seen The New Daughter with Kevin Costner, a horror film? I picked it up out of Poundland for £1. I haven't seen it. No, it's still sealed. Probably be pretty bad. Has anybody seen it?
Not heard of it.
No.
Not heard of it.
I did hear about. I kind of got that kind of. I could be completely wrong, but I kind of got that. Remember that movie with Robert De Niro and Dakota Fanning, Hide and Seek? I kind of got that kind of vibe from it. Now I might be completely wrong.
Yeah, I don't really know what it was. I just saw Kevin Costner on the front cover. I thought, oh, where'd I have that? But yeah, I'll probably have to dig it out and give it a watch. We've got Movies with James here saying, hey guys. Hey James, thanks for joining.
Hey, James.
Hello, mate.
Dalboy says, Some Like It Hot Sam is a classic. It's a favourite of mine. I've got the Criterion collection from the States in 4K, had it on Laserdisc, and just about every format. Just makes me smile every time. Classic film, and wow, 4K release. Very nice. Minhaju says, what movie would you recommend I watch next? Catacombs, From Beyond, Christine, Vanilla Sky, or Species? Ooh, now that's a good selection of films there, mate. Cool. I would be more inclined to say Christine or Species because that's a lot of fun. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, same. Christine and Species.
Mike?
Yeah, probably the same. Christine and Species.
Scott?
I'm going to go Christine and From Beyond.
Oh, good picks. And Keith?
I'm going to go with Christine and From Beyond. From Beyond's a good body horror. I think it's good. I enjoyed that movie.
Nice. Well, whatever you do watch Minhaju, I hope you enjoy it. I should watch. Oh yeah, they've done a 4K Criterion of After Hours. I've heard about that. Dalboy said Christine for him. God, I'm old. Yeah, we just answered that, Minhaju. A lot of people are saying Christine. Yeah. Sam said Leon did a fantastic review for After Hours recently. He certainly did, so definitely do check out his channel. Yeah, we had him on a couple of weeks ago. Such a great guy.
Yeah.
Sam and Dalboy are just chatting about. And we have Sam here saying, Keith, what's your favourite Carry On film?
Carry On, wow, I haven't seen many. I think the one is it Carry On Camping? Am I right in saying that? Yeah, I think that's the only one that I kind of remember, but I don't remember that well.
Okay, no worries. We've got Minhaju saying, oh my bad, I left 2 out, Buffy the Vampire Slayer from 92 and Traffic. That's a thriller. I haven't even heard of Traffic before, but Buffy the Vampire Slayer is a lot of fun. It's also got the late Paul Rubens in it, who recently passed away. So yeah, definitely check out Buffy. Have you seen them, Andy?
I haven't seen that version of Traffic, but I absolutely love the Buffy movie. I think it's great.
Yeah, it's fun. Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I've not seen that version of Traffic, so I'll just have to say Buffy.
Yeah.
Yep. Scott?
haven't seen either of them, to be fair, but I did have the Buffy TV show, so I should definitely check out the movie at some point as well.
And Keith?
Yeah, Buffy for me.
Cowboys ordered After Hours, so that's good to hear. Hope you enjoyed that release, mate. Right, we have Bradley Stark here saying, "Hi, movie funsters. Hope you're all well. I'm on an Alien Predator watch through. Awesome. Predator first time watch was boring. 2 was great. Alien vs Predator was brilliant. Requiem and Predator 3 and 4 to go."
Wow.
Did he say Predator was boring?
I think
Yeah.
he
I
said
think
the first
so.
Predator is
Oh.
boring.
Fair enough.
Wow. Wow, that's the first time I've ever heard that be called boring, but fair enough, mate. Glad you enjoyed the second one. You got 3 and 4 to go. Fourth one's going to be interesting. I'm intrigued to see what you think of that one. If you say the first one's boring, what are you going to say about the fourth one? But,
Yeah.
I'm intrigued to hear your opinions when you get round to watching them. But great to hear you're having fun with your Alien and Predator watch along.
I do a Predator Alien watch along, but I stop after the first Predator.
I watch it every Oh, Christine, yeah. Cowboy says it'll be in the blog on Sunday. It arrives, you will be mentioned. So yeah, if you haven't checked out Delboy's channel, go and support his channel, subscribe to him, and check out his weekly vlogs. They're really interesting. He's got all sorts of things.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they are, definitely. Bradley says, already seen the Alien movies. What are your thoughts on this franchise? So, Andy, what's your thoughts on the Alien movies?
I love the first 2.
Mm.
I think they're amazing films. I can't stand the third one. And Alien Resurrection is a little bit of a guilty pleasure movie of mine. It's not good, but I really like the cast in that film.
Yeah, great stuff. What about you, Mike?
The first 2 are amazing. The rest, I don't care for them.
Yeah. Scott?
Love the first 2. First 2 are absolute classics. Don't mind it's alright. And the fourth one can fuck off.
Great stuff. And Keith, what about you?
The first 2 are masterpieces. The next 2, yeah, they're not horrible movies. They're just not the first 2. I actually prefer Prometheus over the parts 3 and 4. Yeah, I really enjoy Prometheus.
Yeah. For me, first 2 are brilliant. 3 and 4, give or take them, not too fussed. I really did Prometheus. Alien Covenant can bugger off. Pile of shite. Oh, did not like that.
I was only watching it there the other night. Am I the only person that's just freaked out with the scene with the Michael Fassbender playing the flute? It's just ridiculous, the scene. I feel so uncomfortable watching it. You know, let me do the fingering for you. What the hell is going on?
Yeah.
It's you know, you're kind of like, am I watching an alien movie, or what the hell is happening here? It's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, the script in that film was pretty bad. But Michael Fassbender, his character is David, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I just couldn't stand his character near the end, especially near the end where that alien like dances with him. Oh my days. Sam saying thank you very much to the old boy. Sorry says, I remember watching Scarface with my nana when I was about 10. We tried to count how many times the F-bomb was used. We lost count. Oh. Right. We have Carlos saying, most uncomfortable movie that you watched with a certain person and why? That's a good question. I think I know Scott, so I'm going to go straight to Scott.
Yeah, it's got to be Irreversible, my dad. I don't know why I watched that with my dad. Very strange film.
But what did your dad think of Irreversible?
I think he liked it, actually. I think he had a good time with it, yeah.
Well, that's good to hear. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, mine was Beverly Hills Cop, and I was watching it with my ex and her parents, and then my ex decided to go to bed right before the stripper scene came on. So I was watching this scene that takes place in this strip club with my ex's parents.
Wow.
I was like, oh god, kill me now.
Oh, great story. And what about you, Mike?
I seem to remember watching like Basic Instinct with my parents, and obviously there's like a few saucy sex scenes in that film. So yeah, that was a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah. And what about you, Keith?
Porky's with my mother. Yeah. Just think about the man putting his penis through the in the shower scene. Now just picture that scene and your mother sitting beside you. You don't say anymore.
I think I remember watching the American Pie films. Well, the first one, at least, with my dad. That was a bit awkward. I remember watching the In-Betweeners movie with my parents. Now that was something. Never again. Never again. We've got the time checked by Delboy saying it's 8:25. Yeah, we're just over an hour behind. Not too bad. We've got Sinjin saying Delta Force was a cracking Chuck Norris film and the score was just as good. Absolutely. A lot of fun. Lee Marvin in it as well. I think it was his final film, wasn't it? Yeah. We've got Delboy saying, where is Bad Lieutenant? Hope he's okay. I think tonight is like his eBay night, so he might pop on later, but yeah, hope he's doing okay. Carla says the Doubtfuls theme, the height of canon films. I totally agree.
Absolutely.
We have Sam here saying, what's your favourite Dario Argento film? Very good question there, Sam. There's a lot of good films to pick from. So I'm going to go straight to Andy.
Yeah, for me, it's between Deep Red and Suspiria.
Very good picks there. Two fantastic films. Mike, what about you?
For me, it's Inferno. I think that one's really underrated.
Yeah, I watched that for the first time a while ago, and that I do agree it is very underrated. Scott, what about you?
I think my favourite film of his is probably Suspiria, but I will give a shout out to Inferno as well because I thought that was one of his more underrated films, definitely.
Great stuff. And what about you, Keith?
If I, as a director, The Beyond, but as with a movie that he's behind, that he's involved with, it would probably be Demons.
Yeah,
it would be. I love that movie.
That was a great one. The practical effects in that are incredible.
Incredible.
It is. Yeah.
Scary.
For
Terrifying.
me, it was. I when I first watched it, I was like, oh, well, this isn't like an Argento typical film. I was like, wow, this is gruesome. But really enjoyed it. Haven't seen the second one though. What's that one like, Keith?
I loved it. Good sequel.
Still good?
Great sequel. Yeah, enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it.
Nice. For me, my favourite probably will be Tenebrae, though I really did like Suspiria and Phenomena as well, so that'd be close second and third. Sorry says Deep Red, that's another good one. Sam says Bird with the Crystal Plumage, yeah, that's a really good one as well. MacChat says George A. Romero's Twilight of the Dead will be beginning filming before the end of the year. Not sure how I'm feeling about this, but if it doesn't get made, we'll complain his final script didn't get made. Well, that's the first news I'm hearing about this.
I was under the impression that his last movie was meant to be Road of the Dead. I wasn't sure now it was Twilight of the Dead. I don't look. That's I don't agree with that. This is not George Romero. He's it's not a George Romero movie. I don't care if he done the script on this. It's not directed by him, so they should just leave it alone.
Yeah, I agree. What about you, Andy? What do you think of this?
Yeah, just leave it alone. The last 2 zombie movies he did weren't that great, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think he kind of lost his touch a little bit after Day, I think, for me.
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I just agree with what Keith says. It's not George Romero. I don't know how they can say it's a George Romero film when really it's not. And yeah, I wasn't really a big fan of the last few entries in the franchise. Like, was it Diary and Survival? I wasn't a big fan of them. Yeah.
And Scott, what about you?
Yeah, I totally agree with what Mike and Keith said. It's not George A. Romero. And also, yeah, his last films weren't that great anyway, to be fair.
Yeah. Dalboy said, did you know that Dario Argento co-wrote the script for Once Upon a Time in the West? Such a great Leone film. I haven't seen the film, but I did know that. Great stuff. A lot of chatting between people. We've got Sam here saying, I'm not trying to make a habit of picking up loads of VHS tapes, just space-wise, but I can't resist picking up some Doctor Who VHS tapes for artwork alone. Got a bundle of 3 tapes off eBay the other day. Great stuff. Darboy says, I may be getting rid of mine. Might let you know when I have had most of them complete. Awesome. Sam says, is there any VHS tapes you would love to own, even if it was for the artwork alone? That's a really good question there, Sam. I wouldn't mind having like the original Nightmare on Elm Street on VHS. That'd be quite nice. Or The Thing. What about you, Andy?
Maybe just some of like the Disney ones, because the spines on them look so nice when they were lined up.
Yeah, that's cool. Mike, what about you?
There's nothing specific, but for some reason I do really like the VHSs from America. You know, the way they use like sort of the thin cardboard sleeves as opposed to us. Like, I don't really like the hard boxes, the plastic boxes we used. I don't know. There's something I just don't really like about them. I just think the American ones look so much nicer. They've got more of a retro kind of feel to them.
Yeah, I get that. What about you, Scott?
No, I can't really think of anything off the top of my head, unfortunately.
No worries, mate. And what about you, Keith?
Well, I still have my VHS collection, so yeah, I have everything that I kind of want when it comes to VHS. So nothing really kind of stands out in mind.
Sounds good. Right, next up we have Edward here, and he says, what's your thoughts on the Saw X trailer, or Saw 10? Haven't seen the trailer because I've never seen a Saw film, so that's one film that I'll have to, well, one film series I'll have to get around to watching, but yeah, it exists. Obviously, there's probably going to be a Saw 11. Have anybody else seen the trailer for it?
No.
No.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Mike, what was your thoughts?
It just looks like the most pointless movie ever. It's like, I think it's meant to be like a prequel between the first and second film or something. It's just like the weirdest idea ever. It's just, who's asking for this movie? Yeah, I don't know. It looks very generic and, you know, like a typical Saw film. But yeah, I just don't know who's asking for this movie.
And your thoughts, Keith?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It is the worst idea I've ever seen to try and bring Jigsaw back into the franchise. You know, it's ridiculous. I'm rest assured now, because I think they say something in the trailer where you know, he says it's something like, "I still have months, or I still have a lot of work to do." And I was like, "Wow, you're really now going to, if this movie makes a killing at the box office, you're going to milk this out now. These couple of months before he dies." It's crazy. It's just stop making them. Be done with it. It's over. Move on.
Yeah.
Ludicrous.
Yeah. We've got Marvel fan here. Hey, Marvel fan. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, I think so.
Hello, Marvel fan.
We have Carlos saying, glad you said that, Pete. I watched Thor: The Dark World yesterday for the first time and really went through the motions. Not so good after enjoying the first one. Yeah, it's just a very dull and boring film. Color palette isn't great, and Christopher Eccleston is a rather bland villain. I don't even know what he's called. I did enjoy Ragnarok. It's more upbeat, but then it starts to get the humor in, which is its Achilles heel with the fourth one, which is overplayed too much. What's your thoughts on Thor: The Dark World, Andy?
I think it's all right, to be honest.
Oh, wow.
I don't mind it at
You
all.
enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Ah, glad to hear you enjoyed that one. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I remember thinking it was all right, but I couldn't tell you a single thing about the movie. Like, it's fairly forgettable, but at the time I watched it, I remember it being okay.
Yeah. Scott?
I've only seen the first Thor movie. I thought it was alright for what it was, but it didn't blow me away or anything.
Yeah, I totally get that. And Keith?
Yeah, I was underwhelmed by it. As a matter of fact, I think it was my worst Marvel movie prior to the Ant-Man movie. I think I'm starting to get a bit kind of tired of the character. If I'm completely honest, maybe it's the comedic, maybe it's the comedic side of it that I'm starting to get a bit bored with. Maybe they have to kind of, find a nice equilibrium between that comedic side and what we've seen in the first movie.
Yeah, it just feels like they don't know how to write the character very well at all.
No.
Sam says the only good Thor film out there is Ragnarok. Ragnarok's probably the best one, but I don't mind the first one. First one's fine. Don't need anything, just postage really, as they are so heavy. We have Andy Lake Stuff here saying, hey lads, just spent £70 on Star Wars toys and models. I'm a man-child. Other than films, what else do you collect or spend silly money on? Hey Andy, and brilliant stuff there. I think we more or less talked about this a little bit earlier when we talked about our hobbies. For me, it'd be video games. Andy, it'd be your figures.
Yeah, I'm exactly the same. I've spent ridiculous amount of money on Star Wars toys so far this month, and it's only the fucking 2nd of August. But yeah, that's my second favorite hobby is action figure. I recently bought the old Kenner Ghostbusters Firehouse, and my god, it looks fucking beautiful.
Great stuff.
I've got the Ecto one coming out the door, and the Ghostbusters all standing on top of it. It just looks amazing.
Brilliant. What about you, Mike? Would it be music for you?
At the moment, it tends to just be movies. I've become quite lazy with music. I just use like Spotify and stuff. But I would like to get back into getting like vinyls and all that kind of stuff. But yeah.
Great stuff. Scott, what about you? Music?
Yeah, music, vinyls and games and stuff like that, yeah.
Brilliant. And Keith?
There was a time there where it was early on in my channel where I was actually showing a lot of vinyl. I was buying a lot of soundtrack vinyls, and I was really into it at the time. But it was just so much money to try and do this and vinyl. Vinyl is expensive. But other than that, no, it's mostly movies for me.
I know you're a little bit into your games as well. What's the latest game you've been playing on the PlayStation 5?
What was the last game I got? The last game I got was Hogwarts Legacy, believe it or not. I said it numerous times, love story-driven games, and there hasn't been much new out in terms of story-driven, but that I like, that I'm interested in. But having said that, there's a couple of ones coming there very soon. Starfield definitely has my attention.
Yeah, that does look
Alan Wake 2. Alan Wake 2 is something
digital only, unfortunately. No physical copy of that.
For what, Alan Wake?
No, that's going to be digital only. This now starting to be a thing now. Games are going to get digital only. Wow. It looks great, but I'm out if it's digital only. I'll persevere and get a physical one, or wait until it goes to like a 5 in like about 2 years' time.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's what they're going to do. They said they've cut the price down to 60 quid, so we can give you £10 cheaper.
Yeah, but
I'd
if
rather-
we hate the game, we can't trade it.
I know. And if you complete
Yeah.
the game and want to trade it in, you can't trade it in as well. It's just nah. I'm out. I'd want to have a physical copy of it for my collection anyway.
Absolutely.
That's really daft. I will give you one recommendation. Final Fantasy 16. That is a really good story-driven game. Really
Wow.
action-focused.
I never played a Final Fantasy game in my life. That's probably why I didn't look into it.
This one's probably the perfect entry point. You don't have to play none of the previous ones. They're always their own self-contained tale. This one's more of an action-focused game. It's got like a Game of Thrones sort of setting. It's quite brutal,
Nice.
actually.
Wow.
And the combat is similar to like a Devil May Cry sort of game.
Ah, okay. Okay, I'll look into it.
You did get Resident Evil Remake, didn't you?
Oh shit, that was the last game I got. Sorry. That was the last one. That was incredible.
Yeah, it is. Did you play the Dead Space remake?
That might have been the last one I got. Oh, yeah. that was fantastic. That was another perfect remake.
I haven't played that one yet. I've heard some very good things about that.
Oh wow, incredible.
I'll have to check that one out. Sam's talking to Delboy. Awesome. Let them chat between each other. We've got Psych talking about, this looked pretty good. Are you guys going to see the new Dracula movie? It's called The Last Voyage of the Dementor. It's based on the ship journey between Transylvania and Whitby. Yeah, it's quite an interesting setup for a Dracula film, as I don't think it's really been touched upon a lot in films. So I've seen the trailer. It looks okay, but I'll wait until reviews, and if it's positive, I'll check out. I'm always a sucker, pardon the pun, for a Dracula film. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I'd never heard of this before, so until now, so I'll give it a go.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I've not heard of it either, but it sounds quite interesting. Yeah.
Scott?
Yeah, I think I saw a trailer for it when it first came out. It looks okay, to be fair, and I would be interested. It looks quite interesting, I think.
And you, Keith?
Yeah, I think I'll wait just to see what people are going to say about it. And then when I say people, I mean people like yourselves, not the critics. You know, who I think are the proper critics of the world, if I'm completely honest. The trailer looked okay. I thought the setting looked pretty cool to it. Something different. And
definitely.
yeah, I'm intrigued.
Not too long to wait. I think it comes out in the next couple of weeks as well.
Yeah.
Sam says, "What's your favourite Iron Man film?" It's the first one for me. It's the most important film of the MCU. It kickstarted it off with style. Fantastic casting with Robert Downey Jr. and still holds up today as one of the best in the franchise. Keith?
Every single word you said. Absolutely agree. Comfortably the best movie.
Andy?
Yeah, the first one. I love the callbacks in Endgame to the first Iron Man movie. They're incredible. And yeah, it's just a great film.
Mike, what about you?
Yeah, the first one.
And Scott?
Yeah, I've got to have to go first one. It's the only one that I've seen out of the Iron Man films, to be fair, but I did really enjoy it. Thought it was a lot of fun. But I'm going to head off now, guys, if that's okay.
No worries, mate. It's been an absolute pleasure chatting to you. You're on Mike's stream tomorrow night, and you've got your stream on Friday night as well, so be sure to check that out, everybody. Thanks ever so much for joining, mate. You take care, Scott.
Thank you, guys. Great speaking to you all. Good to see you again, Keith. It's been a while.
Absolute pleasure, Scott. Thanks again.
Take care, mate.
Take care, Scott.
Take care.
See you, Scott. Bye.
Now, before you go on, I'm going to jump off for a minute or two. It's just my fiance's in Germany, and I said I'd give her a quick ring. So I'll be back. I'll be back in probably around 20 minutes. Okay?
Yeah, you're right. No worries. You take your time, mate.
Yeah, no, I'll be back in a bit. No worries. I'll see you in a sec.
You're okay. See you in a bit.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. And then there was 3. But yeah, everybody's links in the description down below. So go and give Scott, Mike, Andy, and Keith your support if you haven't subscribed already. We've we got Delboy here just after my DVDs, then Blu-rays. It's a bit much for my small space at home. The double tapes are huge on the shelf. Yeah, I can remember having VHSs, and I think Titanic for me came in like a double pack of VHSs, and that was a monster. And so was my double pack of Noddy as well, and Bob the Builder. I totally get I got rid of all my VHS tapes over a year ago. Mainly just had the Doctor Who ones for memorabilia. Yeah, I've been into many charity shops and seen the Doctor Who stuff, and the old VHS artwork is very iconic, and it's nice to have in the collection. Sai says, which movie has the worst CGI? Ant-Man 3, The Flash, or Indy 5? That is a really good question. I must admit, watching Guardians today, the CGI was fantastic. There was sequences in it that looked really impressive. One or two little dodgy bits here or there, but probably the best use of CGI I've seen in a long while from a big budget movie. Ant-Man 3, The Flash, or Indiana Jones 5? I mean, I didn't thought Indiana Jones was that bad. I would probably say Ant-Man for me. I haven't seen The Flash, but I've seen little snippets of it, and some scenes look bad, but I'd say Ant-Man for me, as it's just 99% that. Andy?
I'd have to go with The Flash. That was my main negative takeaway from that movie, was the CGI was god-awful.
Yeah. Didn't the director said, oh, it was purposely like that?
Purposely shit.
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
So I've not seen Ant-Man 3, so I can't comment on that one, but yeah, The Flash is pretty bad. There's like one scene at the beginning where he has to rescue all of these babies that are like falling out of a building, and they look like they look terrifying, to be honest.
Yeah.
They just
Did somebody say that he put baby in a microwave or something?
Yep.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell? That's so, I don't know. It was weird.
What? And they edited out the bit in like Lilo and Stitch with going in the washing machine. So I don't get like the microwave. That is odd. Why baby in the microwave? Dear. Sam says my favourite classic story is Tomb of the Sword Man. Very good one there. Second Doctor story, I think. Yeah. Awesome. Great to hear. David said, what movies are you looking forward to getting released on 4K? I would say Enter the Dragon, definitely. That's coming out next week, I think. I'll probably pick that up later in the month. Mission Impossible, and you know what? Guardians as well. I know the 4Ks aren't great on Marvel films, but that film, I probably will splash out for it. What about you, Andy?
Probably The Wicker Man.
Oh, Wicker Man. You getting the big one, are you?
The big juicy one. Oh, yes.
Oh, I don't blame you. It's a very nice one. Very thick one as well. Ooh.
Yep. Lots of girth.
Mike, what about you?
Yeah, so there's Enter the Dragon, definitely. I'm looking forward to the Batman Mask of Phantasm steelbook that's coming out. I think that's 4K, so that looks pretty cool. And I'm looking forward to the Psycho movies as well.
Oh, yeah, that's a really good pick as well. Carlos says both are classics, The Warriors and The Wanderers. I prefer The Wanderers. Cool. When I keep hearing The Wanderers, I keep thinking of the song The Wanderer. Sam says, still wanting to get Babylon, The Running Man, and Avatar The Way of Water on 4K. Might get the cine edition of the first Mad Max on the 21st of August. Those cine editions of Mad Max is, again, just kind of feel like money-grabbing sort of routines. I'd rather get that nice big 4K set, because that's quite a meaty box set as well. And you're getting that for the price of one. I'd imagine Avatar would look very nice on 4K. Not a big fan of the film. I imagine Babylon will as well. You got these on 4K, Andy? And if you have, what's your thoughts on the picture quality? You've checked them out.
Funnily enough, got them all on 4K, and The Running Man and Babylon look great. I haven't watched Way of Water yet.
No.
So.
What about you, Mike?
I've only got The Running Man and Mad Max, and yeah, they both look really good on 4K.
Brilliant. Dalboy says, when you put your physical media in year order of films being made, what is your favourite year based on favourite films for that period and not the number one of that year? Well, unfortunately for me, I just shove them in any old how. Unfortunately, I don't. I'm a bit careless where I shove them, but there you go.
Okay. Be careful where you shove it, Pete, because you might just make a mess and get it all over your hands.
Yeah, unfortunately, I just put my films wherever. I do have them like separated in like arrow and all that, but unfortunately not year order. So I'll leave it to Andy because I know his are in year order.
Oh, year order films being made. Favorite year? It's probably going to be the mid 90s. So we're looking 94, 95, or 96.
Yep.
For me. Yeah, that's probably. Yeah, I don't know why I just gravitate to that time period. Don't know what it is. So many underrated gems from that time.
Yeah, good years.
Maybe the late 80s as well. 88, 87, 88. It's got some absolute crackers in it.
Very nice years. Good ones there. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I remember once, like a few years ago, I think I took like my top 100 movies, and I worked out like how many movies, like what most movies in from which year, and apparently 1986 is my favorite year of movies. I can actually think what came out in that. I think Aliens came out that year. I'm trying to think what else did, but yeah, apparently that's my favorite year for movies.
Oh, great year there, Mike. We've got Sam here saying he really liked both Barbie and Oppenheimer. Which is your favourite out of both of them? I really liked them both. Barbie was a lot of fun. Really nice surprise there. Very funny, very colourful, and getting great performances. But yeah, for me, it's Oppenheimer. Fantastic film. Not a Nolan fan, and this is my favourite film of his and probably my favourite film of the year. Cillian Murphy is superb in it. All the cast is. And it's just a thoroughly engaging story. Loved it. Andy, what about you?
Yeah, both great films, but I have to give it to Oppenheimer. Barbie was like an 8 out of 10 for me, but Oppenheimer was like a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, totally agree.
I just thought it was great. Probably my favourite Christopher Nolan film.
Yeah, same here. And Mike, what about you?
I've only seen Oppenheimer, so I can't comment on Barbie. But I've got to admit, I didn't really like Oppenheimer. Yeah, it didn't really work for me, to be honest. So I don't know. Maybe I'd like Barbie more, or yeah.
No, nothing. Sorry.
You okay, Pete?
Something went down my throat. Went down the wrong way, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Shit, I should have went on mute. We got Hey DCI Gaming, hope you're doing well. Bonjour to you as well. Oh. Sam says favourite Spider-Man film, the first one.
No Way Home.
Yeah.
Huh? No Way Home.
No Way Home for you. I mean the second one for me, yeah.
Okay.
But No Way Home is very good as well. Mike, what about you?
Spider-Man 2.
Great stuff. Mike says, I'd love to see an action figure pick up videos, Andy. That would be amazing.
Oh, cheers, Mike. I might get around to doing it. Maybe start a new channel or something. I'll talk about
That'd be good.
But yeah, I don't know where I'd begin, to be honest.
Rock God said, "Oh, we've got Nige here. Hey, we've got the pesky Rock God here saying, Andy, I really want to play the bass part on Maiden Cover with you. We should do it. Just tell me what to do and what song."
Yeah.
Mike, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure you could probably do a much better job than me, Nige. I think I probably butchered that bass part for that song. So yeah, if I do another one, I'll definitely have to get you to do it. Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say, I wondered if Savile did a cover of that song as well. Oops.
Oh God.
Dalboy says, "Yay, Rock God is in the house." Yes, he is. We got Nige. Rock God's been in the house lurking from the start. Ooh.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, I think he has, yeah. Carlos says, Keith in a cell, get him what? I know. Hey, Nige. Yeah, everybody's saying hi to Nige. Constantly feeling tired, but I'm getting there. Yeah, I hope you're feeling better soon, Marvel fan. You take care, mate. Danny says, other than films and TV shows on DVD and Blu-ray, I have 500 CD albums and audio boobs. Audio boobs? Oh, very nice. I'd be fond of them as well, but I think you mean audio books. And I play a lot of Yeah. They sound good to me. I play a lot of PC games and some role-playing games too. Brilliant. Great selection of stuff there, Danny. Use pseudocreme for those sauce games. Audio boobs, yep. Yeah, Marvel fan says, yes, if his video's still up to do the Q&A, go and pop Nige a couple of questions for his Q&A video. We've got DCI Gaming's off to see Oppenheimer with a buddy on Friday. I'm impartial, to be fair, but am I going to be happy or disappointed? Well, I don't know. Just go in not expecting an over-the-top action film. Just it's a very dialogue-heavy film, and obviously you know what it's based on. See how it goes. I mean, I knew what it was going to be like from the get-go, and thoroughly enjoyed it. It's just like if you want to have a dialogue-heavy film that's 3 hours long. Andy, what about you?
Yeah, if you're a fan of Florence Pugh, I don't think you'll be disappointed.
Oh no. I received what you got sent as well, I've been told.
Oh, fucking hell.
Oh no. I nearly choked on the straw. Oops. Whilst I was sucking. Shit. But yeah, Florence Plume. You see a lot of Florence in it, and yeah, if you like it's a 10 out of 10 film automatically. And hopefully on the 4K and Blu-ray, you get some extra extended scenes. What about you, Mike? What would you say for Oppenheimer?
The only thing I would say about Oppenheimer is go to a screening that has subtitles, because I really struggled to hear some of the dialogue in that movie.
Really?
Which is probably why I didn't really enjoy it as much. But yeah, Florence Pugh's great in it. But have you heard that in some countries they CGI'd her?
CGI a dress over her.
Yeah.
Just like, damn.
You poor people, you're missing out. It's vital to the story, though.
Yeah.
Well, there's a reason why IMAX exists. But it's a shame that you did hear it very well in your cinema, Mike. It seems to be a thing with Nolan films, because a lot of people said about Tenet, about the audio mixing being all over the place with that.
Yeah, I feel like Christopher Nolan does that a lot. Like, I think back to Bane in Dark Knight Rises. Like, his voice is just so... Well, in that case, his voice is too loud in the movie. It's just... He just never seems to get the mix right for me.
I think back to Bane for all the wrong reasons.
Well, yeah.
But, yeah, I heard a lot of people went to a screening of Oppenheimer with subtitles. Oh, you had another special delivery, have you, Andy?
I've fully enough, I've sent it to Mike.
Oh.
I'll look at it, yeah.
But yeah, what was I going to say now? They had screenings of Oppenheimer with subtitles, and it was subtitles from Barbie instead.
Ugh. There was one bit in Oppenheimer. It was right at the end, you know, like that scene where he talks to Einstein, and he says, "Oh, I wonder what he said to him to make him get that reaction." And then at the end of the film, when he says, when you find out what he says to him, I just sat there like, I didn't hear that. What did he say? I had to go home and Google it. I don't know. I just completely missed it because it sounded.
I think I agree. It didn't sound that loud on my screen either.
Yeah. I had to go home and Google it because I was like, I have no idea what he just said. Then it's meant to be this big revelation in the movie, but I missed it.
There's a scene in it where he's talking to all those people, and it kind of feels like something out of a horror film. That bit, that's really good. That was that was partway through the film. But again, don't want to spoil it. This summer so far has been shite. Yep, probably has for weather-wise. Let's talk to Marvel fan. Bradley Stark says, has anybody pre-ordered the Exorcist 4K? I ordered the HMV Steelbook exclusive. Looks very nice. I'll probably pick up the standard when it comes out. I'm too fussed. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I just haven't been impressed with the artwork I've seen.
Yeah.
To be honest, and yeah, I'm just going to probably stick with the Blu-ray, to be honest.
What about you, Mike?
I just like the look of the standard one, like with the original artwork. I just like the look of that one, so I'll probably just get that one.
Yeah, don't blame you. We've got Scotty Movies here saying, hi guys, hope you're all well. Has anyone found any 4Ks in the charity shop? I found Star Trek Into Darkness today for 25p. Good day for me. That is fantastic. Really good deal. And I don't mind that film. It's a lot of fun. I've never seen a 4K in a charity shop. Don't think we will do. I don't think where I live, they know what a 4K is. Lucky to find a Blu-ray. Andy?
No, I've never really had a browse in charity shops, to be honest. I know I keep saying I've got to do it, but I've just never gotten around to doing it. But 25p for a 4K, fucking hell, it's fucking steal.
And what about you, Mike?
I've never found anything good in a charity shop. Like the ones near us, it's always the same. It's just DVDs of like 50 Shades of Grey and, you know, just things like that.
Yeah. Oh, fuck me, my phone's going weird. We've got Carlos saying the Thing prequel over the original, each to their own. We've got Delboy talking about Danny's hobbies, great stuff. Sam got Rampage on 4K for £3 in a charity shop last year. Great deal there, and I actually really quite enjoy that film. It's quite an underrated video game film because a lot of people know that it is one. Typical Dwayne Johnson film, but a lot of fun. Have you seen it, Andy?
Yeah, I thought it was all right. Kind of like fell into the same bracket as like San Andreas and Skyscraper.
Yeah, definitely. I weren't a big fan of San Andreas or Skyscraper, but Rampage was pretty good. But they all came out about the same time and merged into one. What about you, Mike?
I've never seen it. I've never had much desire to watch it, but if it's like maybe if it's a guilty pleasure, I might give it a go.
We've got Bradley saying all movies will now be rated in comparison to the Thing prequel. Audio boots. 5 to 9. Not too bad. Keith isn't here yet, but I think he does collect vinyl soundtracks. I think he has showed off a couple in the past, maybe.
Got some nice laser discs as well.
Yeah. We've got the Riva Drew saying, hey everyone, what's up? Hey Drew, hope you're doing well, my friend. Sam says, Mike, do you have a favourite Genesis album? For me, it's The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway, followed by Trick or the Trowel.
Trick of the Tail. Yeah, I like Trick of the Tail, but my favourite is Selling England by the Pound.
All right. Awesome. Welcome back, Keith. And
thank you.
Sam said, do you collect any vinyl soundtracks?
Yeah, like I said, a couple of questions ago, I went through a big spell of them. Trying to buy, I was obsessed with colored vinyl soundtracks. I thought they looked incredible. So I went through a phase where I was trying to pick up every kind of soundtrack that I loved. But like I said, it came too expensive. It was just too much money. But hopefully someday I might be able to revisit it.
Yeah. We've got Sam here saying thoughts on The Thing from Another World. I've seen it many years ago. Did enjoy it. I can't really remember much about it. I think I watched it on BBC Two. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, it's good from what I remember. I always get it mixed up with the original Village of the Damned for some reason. I think it's because John Carpenter remade them both. But yeah, I remember liking it from what I remember. I've got the premium one. Well,
yeah, it's a nice set. The
premium.
Mike, what about you?
I've actually never seen it. It's one of those that I've been meaning to see, but just not got around to it.
And you, Keith?
I remember enjoying it. Now, and I could be very wrong with this, but I'm almost certain there was a DVD edition you could get of it where John Carpenter done an audio commentary for it.
Really?
Yeah, and I do have this memory of it being quite enjoyable. I could be very wrong with that now. I could be thinking of a different movie, but I remember thinking at the time it was strange to see John Carpenter do an audio commentary on it, seeming it wasn't his movie. So I think there is a commentary out there, but it's quite good.
All right. Right. We have Bradley here, and he says, "Okay, let's play. Let's be shallow. I want to be a really impressive looking horror box set. Take a look at your collection and tell me you need this." Ooh.
Very easy for me, that one.
What would it be?
Friday the 13th, Scream Factory.
Oh, that is a nice one. Yeah, very good pick there, Andy. What about you, Mike?
Kind of similar. It's not a box set, but I'd probably just say those Halloween 4Ks.
Yeah,
Scream Factory one.
Yep.
I could actually.
What?
I was just going to say I could change Andy's mind on that Friday the 13th set.
Okay.
I've seen another Friday the 13th box set. It's the creme de la creme. It's the holy grail of Friday the 13th collections, where the whole collection comes in media books. It comes in this crate. It's an actual crate. It is the most extraordinary thing I've ever seen. And the last one I seen, it was going for €1,000. The last time I seen one for sale. But if you see it, you wouldn't believe it. All the original artwork, all on cushioned media books as well. Just incredible. Asking me that question, I wouldn't have a clue. There's too many. There's too many. I couldn't.
Yeah. Cowboy says, "Oh, old school Sam. I like it personally." Yeah. Right. The Viewer Drew says, "What's the movie where you felt a female character was treated and represented horribly?" I mean,
any slasher movie.
Yeah.
Pretty much every woman who's ever been in a James Bond film.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially the one out of View to the Kill.
Wow.
Mike?
I think for me, it's probably Jennifer Jason Leigh's character from The Hateful Eight. I just remember she gets treated like shit in that movie, and it kind of made me dislike the movie a little bit, just because all of the male characters are just so horrible to her in that film.
Yeah, that's good. And what about you, Keith?
Yeah, I suppose, like I said, you could look at the 80s, a lot of 80s slasher movies, and the way the women were just used in them, especially the victims. They were there to be stripped down and die, and that's it. We don't require any acting at all from you. You can't help but think think 80s slashers.
Very, very true. That's a good question from Sam. What do you prefer, Alien or The Thing? Cool. I don't know. Both really good.
I could tell you what would have made my answer a lot harder on that one if it was Aliens and The Thing.
Yeah.
Now, if it was that, I honestly wouldn't be able to pick between the two of them. But for me, it would be The Thing.
I would probably be more inclined to go for The Thing as well. Andy?
Yeah, this one's tough. I'm someone who actually prefers Alien over Aliens.
Right.
But oh god, this is tough because I kind of had similar experiences with both of these films. The first time I watched both of them, I didn't like them at all.
Wow.
And then it wasn't until later on through rewatches that I thought these are both 10 out of 10 movies. Well, I might just have to go with The Thing just because it's gorier.
Yeah, I do agree with you there. What about you, Mike?
The Thing. Yeah, definitely The Thing.
Yeah. Sai says New York Ripper for how women are treated. Yep. Viva Drew says some of the movies I've seen Margot Robbie, Florence Pugh, and Anna de Armas in, they sometimes get treated like eye candy. Yeah. Minhaju says I do love practical effects over CGI. Absolutely.
Rightly so. Yeah.
Delboy saw Fist of Fury on Sky the other day. Can't believe how many audio cues are from different films and TV to name two. Ironside and Roy Budd's Flight of the Doves are all in the score mix. Weird. I have no idea about this. Mike, you're quite knowledgeable about Bruce Lee. So have you ever heard of this?
I'm not too sure, to be honest. Yeah, I think they have lifted the music from like different films, but I wouldn't know like what the films are. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. We got Sam saying, "What's your favourite James Anchovy film?" There's a couple I really like.
James Anchovy. Fuck off.
James McAvoy.
James Anchovy. Fucking hell.
There's a couple I really like Trance, which is very underrated. Yeah, he's all right as an actor. Not the hugest fan of him. I like him in X-Men First Class. He's pretty good in I think he was in one called Filth as well. He's good in that. Andy, what about you?
Yeah, Split, Atomic Blonde. I actually really like him in Shameless as well.
Yeah, he was in that for a little bit, yeah.
God, that show's so funny.
It is, yeah. I do agree. What about you, Mike?
There was one he was in called The Last King of Scotland. That one was pretty good.
With Forrest Whitaker, that was a good film.
Yeah.
And what about you, Keith?
My God, I like him a lot, and I cannot think of a single movie by him. I'm struggling, because I like him in the X-Men movies, Days of Future Past. Is that what Days of Future Past? Is that right? Yeah, I thought he was great in that movie. I remember seeing a movie. He's not in it that much, but I found him to be very funny in it. It's a movie called Wimbledon. With
yes.
Kristen Dunst, I think it was, wasn't it? And Paul Bettany. Is it Paul Bettany?
Yeah.
I've never seen it, but I remember the post.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
He's in
early
it.
2000s.
He's a little asshole, and because Paul Bettany is, he's just at the end of his tennis career, and it's his last time in Wimbledon. And every round that he's in, his brother is always placing bets against him. He's just he's a real asshole in the movie, and I thought he was quite funny in it.
Oh, did someone say before? Do you remember the film Penelope?
Yeah, I quite like that one as well.
I can't remember that one. No,
it's him and Christina Ricci, but Christina Ricci, she's got like a curse on her. She's got like a pig's nose.
Pig nose, yeah, and she's got a
And-
fall in love or something.
And she's got to
hasn't
fall
she?
in love, and James McAvoy's like the love interest in it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that one. That was actually quite a sweet little film. I didn't mind that at all.
Yeah,
I actually
it's
like the
not a bad
voice
film,
acting in that Arthur Christmas as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good one as well. He was in I think he was in one with Keira Knightley called Atonement as well. That wasn't too bad either. And he was in it, Chapter 2, and I thought he was actually a really good, like, adult version of that character.
I didn't want to say nothing. I said, I think we spoke about it, Chapter 2, enough tonight.
Yeah. Radley says, Stranger Arrow hasn't touched the Saw movies yet. A new 4K collection with Saw X would be awesome.
Look, the problem I have with a Saw franchise on 4K, you know, if you bring out a box set, these movies are going to be made. They're going to keep making them because they can make them cheaply. You know, even if they kind of don't do well at the box office, they still turn a profit. And you're always going to have that one box set where, you get up to 11 and then all of a sudden the 12th movie will be announced. I don't think Arrow Video will go near it. It doesn't seem like the type of franchise Arrow Video would do.
Yeah, because isn't there already a set out? I think.
Well, I have the final trap edition.
Yeah.
Where you get the bear trap inside it. Now that's what I'm saying. That's an example of it. You know, I have every single movie right up to the last one, the book of Saw, Spiral, and now there's another one coming out. So
yeah. So would you be interested in an Arrow box set of Saw, Andy, or not?
No.
And Mike?
I'm not the biggest fan of the series, but if someone was to put it out, I think it'd be well suited for Scream Factory.
Yeah, that's a good pick. And Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, for some reason, I can't envision Arrow releasing it. Even though they're horror movies, I just can't picture Arrow releasing them for some reason. But I've got all of them on DVD, and I'm happy to stick with them. Like, I haven't even got them on Blu-ray. They're fine on DVD for me.
Yeah,
it'd be like Arrow Video bringing out like a Final Destination collection. You just couldn't see it happen.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, or like the Scream movies, like it would be like them
Yeah.
That
might sound strange, but I can't even. I don't know how you feel about it, but I can never imagine Arrow Video ever releasing a Friday the 13th collection or a Halloween collection either.
No,
for some strange reason.
No. Got Minhalju here says, I really don't like Megan or M3 Gun, as I feel it's redundant when Child's Play Remake was that. Child's Play Remake, I prefer it over M3 Gun. For me, M3 Gun tried being Child's Play Remake. M3 Gun is a pile of wank. Haven't seen it yet, but Andy, what's your thoughts on Megan?
I'm guessing Milharji wasn't a fan of Megan.
I don't think so, no.
But I really liked it. I had a good time with it. I had a lot of fun with it. I enjoyed it.
Oh, that's good too.
I just didn't see the Chucky connection when I watched it. I just took it for what it was.
Yeah. What about you, Mike? Have you seen Megan?
Yeah, I thought it was okay, but I thought it was fairly by the numbers. Like we've kind of seen it before in horror movies. It was okay, but it didn't blow me away.
Yeah.
And what about you, Keith?
Yeah, I'm kind of in between what Mike and Andy said there. I'm kind of like, I enjoyed the movie, but like Mike said there, it doesn't really reinvent the wheel in any way, shape, or form. But I had a fun time with it. Not too happy about it getting announced coming out in 4K. Now that kind of did piss me off.
It's getting a 4K, is it?
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, and I knew that was going to happen.
Really? They left it like 3 or 4 months and now announced the 4K, getting people a double dip. Cheeky sods.
I think, and I'm almost certain the same day that got announced, that movie got announced on 4K as well. That Silent Night? Is that what it's called?
Violent Night?
Violent Night. Sorry, Violent Night. Yeah, I think now that's getting a 4K release now as well. So
both
here we go.
Universal, aren't they?
Yeah.
Well, I can kind of understand Violent Night. They could probably release it at Christmas time, but they probably won't. But then again, that the whole lot should have come out at the same time. But it's cheekily done.
Yeah. See, it's a very strange thing, isn't it? Because people could turn around and say, okay, we're going to boycott the Blu-rays because there's a chance of a 4K coming out. But if people boycott the Blu-rays and it doesn't sell, then there's no way they're ever going to bring out a 4K release of it. So it's a weird.
You're damned if you do, damned if you don't, so to speak.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We've got Carlos here saying, I agree, Keith is going to take some beat in that Arrow Bruce Lee set. Arrow back on top with Blood Money, Spaghetti Western set, Psycho set, and I'm hearing Witness on Arrow soon. Yeah, Witness is getting an American release.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That's a shame. But I suppose you can import it because of the 4K.
It'd be expensive.
That's true. Yeah. Minhaj says, where's Nige when you need him? Even though Nige will probably disagree with me on that. Nige is just having a break this week. He'll be back next week. Bradley saying, really not a dig, but can someone please explain the appeal of Funko Pops to grown adults? I have a few of them. I must admit, I'm not the hugest fan of them. When I first saw them, I thought they were ugly pieces of shit, but I've kind of just got into them. You bought one, bought two, and they've slowly amassed a small collection. Haven't paid too much for them, only under a $5 or under a $10. Human characters all look the same, but like animals and creatures all look pretty good. I have a few of them from like Guardians of the Galaxy and some like video game ones, and they're all right, but not a huge fan of them. Do you have any, Andy?
No. I'm going to sound really brutal here. I cannot stand them at all. They're kind of like the today's version of Beanie Babies.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
I like when I get figures. I like articulation on them, and I like as much articulation as possible without sacrificing sculpt.
Yeah.
And to me, they're just bricks. No one really ever takes them out of the box, which is fair enough, but they're not for me in the slightest. Just don't like them. I get the appeal though. I get the whole collecting element of them, because that's part of the fun with them. But for me, they're just not for me.
For me, the thing that gets me is they do so many different variants of certain characters. They also do like pop vinyls of characters that are just like cameoed for 5 minutes, or you didn't even know was in there. It's just like, why is that guy there who's like 5 seconds in there and he's got his own pop vinyl? It's just pointless.
Yeah.
And then you go into like a discount shop or Tesco and they just have loads of the same ones left. You could have a whole range of Batman ones. I think there's like about 50 million of them. What about you, Mike? Do you collect the pop vinyls?
No, I'm the same. I've never seen the appeal. I mean, when I get if I get like an action figure of something from like pop culture or a movie, I want it to look like the actual character. But these pop vinyls, they're so cartoonish looking, and I don't know. I don't really get it. I think like Andy said, I think there is like, I think if people do get enjoyment out of collecting them, then that's great. But yeah, they're not really for me.
Yeah. And what about you, Keith?
Well, I don't collect them, but I can tell you now that my other movie room, at least a quarter of that room is full of Funkos from my partner, Ellen. She loves them. Me personally, I would never collect them, if I'm completely honest. But there is ones that she did get, I have to admit, like the album cover ones where Def Leppard Hysteria. You know, I thought they were quite brilliant. The way they're actually displayed. They come in these lovely, solid, hard plastic boxes, you know, and they're actually quite nice. She's even collected these ones. It's almost like it's Funko scenes where they recreate a scene from a movie, like Home Alone. They've done it with, and they're actually quite brilliant. But when it comes to kind of just the individual Funko Pops, they're just not for me. But I understand the whole collectability factor behind them.
Yeah, I do think that they are gone over the top with them, though. There's way too many of them. Minhaji says similarities with Child's Play remake and M. Freegan. M. Freegan must take some inspiration from Child's Play, but not the best. Yeah, I bet you're not looking forward to the sequel to Megan, Minhaji, or will you be there day one? Edward says, what's your thoughts on a new animated Watchmen film is based on the same graphic novel that inspired, not invited, Zack Snyder's 2009 live-action movie and the HBO series from 2019. I haven't seen the TV series. Do like the Zack Snyder's one. More Watchmen. I'm not too fussed, to be honest. Andy?
Yeah, I'm not too fussed either. I loved the 2009 film. It's probably my favourite Zack Snyder film.
It's a really good film. What about you, Mike? Looking forward to it?
Not really. No, I'm not the biggest fan of Watchmen, but I do quite like the film.
Yeah. And Keith, what about you?
Another comics TV series? No, thank you. Not for me.
Don't blame you. Edward says, what's your thoughts on Zack Snyder's planning to release a director's cut of Sucker Punch? That's nice.
Never seen it.
Yeah.
I watched it when it first came out. It was fine, but a director's cut, really? It's been like a decade since that film came out. Nah, not for me. So no one else has seen it?
Yeah.
No. Sinjin says, guys, I have to be up early tomorrow, so I'll watch the rest on catch up. Great stream as always. Have a great night. You take care, Sinjin. Thanks for joining me.
Thanks for stopping by, mate.
Sam says, Scott, glad you liked Infinity Pool. Need to check that out. Going to be curious to what Nige thinks of it. Yeah, because Nige has pre-ordered like the 4K, I think, from America. I enjoyed the film. I thought it was pretty good. I think it was a little bit too clever than what I think it was, but Mia Goth was outstanding in it. You liked it a lot, Andy?
Yeah. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah. I heard you liked your time on set as well.
Yeah. No comment.
No comment now. Mike, what about you? Have you seen it?
Yeah, I really liked it. I went into that movie blind, and yeah, I thought the concept was really interesting, and yeah, I enjoyed it.
Great stuff. Have you seen it, Keith?
No, I've never seen it. I've heard of it, but I've never seen it.
Bradley says, distinct lack of ranting tonight. Now Nigel has skyped off. Nigel says, cheeky, I'm here. Bradley says there's a 6-disc Frightener set. Yeah, I remember Delboy showed us it off. And you got it, Keith.
Oh, I have it up there, yeah. Yeah. It's a beautiful set. Terabyte.
Nice. Oh, very good. Sam says, I would say Christine is an underrated Campbell film. Also, Andy, I'd probably say They Live. Yeah, that's pretty underrated as well. Pre-ordered it, mate, but it's not out until December. Wow, that's a wait.
Which one?
Infinity Pool on 4K in America. That's a long wait. The Beaver Drew says, I really hope that Margot Robbie, Florence Pugh, and Anna de Armas don't get cast in a werewolf movie where they'll get treated like eye candy. I think they get treated like eye candy in pretty much all their films. Mind you, I'm not complaining. I don't know. I'd like to see them in a werewolf film. They're all very good actresses.
That's what I was just going to say. They're actually very good actresses. You know, it's not just eye candy.
Yeah, I mean, Florence Pugh only had a small role in Oppenheimer, but she was very good in her acting. She's been good in everything she is. Margot Robbie's fantastic. And Anna de Armas, best thing about the latest James Bond film. I thought she was superb in that.
I didn't even know. I only just found out today that Josh Hartnett was in Oppenheimer. I had no idea.
Yeah, he was quite surprised when he popped up. Yeah, we were in the cinema and we were like, fuck me, I said we ain't seen him for ages.
Yeah,
nice to see.
You know what movie Oppenheimer reminded me of?
What's that?
JFK.
Everyone's saying that.
Yeah.
I've heard it twice today.
Because JFK has so many actors in it, and in that movie they're not just cameos. Each actor is bringing something to that movie. And they're playing the part. You don't watch that film and go, "Oh, cameo, cameo, cameo." It's not. All the actors in that movie are bringing something to the table, and it's exactly the same with Oppenheimer. There are so many famous people in that movie, and it's not cameos. They're bringing something to the table.
That's great. That's great.
Its cast is incredibly impressive and one of the best I've seen. It is.
Look at even like Interstellar. Like Matt Damon, he's uncredited in that movie. You know, even though he does have a decent bit of time in the movie during that segment of it, that is. But to be actually uncredited is just so strange.
There's a scene, there's like a courtroom scene in it, and Emily Blunt's in it, though you don't really notice her because in the background she's just sitting there for like a long period of time, and it isn't until later in the film that they actually focus on her. And I thought that was really quite good because normally, big name star, we've got it and have her like centerfold there, but no, she's just in the background, and then but she was really good in the film, and I thought later on in the story, her character really developed very well.
I have to laugh at Matt Damon what he said about the explosion scene in that movie. He said it was what did he say? It was an NAR scene, no acting required. So everything you're looking at on screen, apparently, it's just an honest reaction to what they're seeing.
Wow.
Yeah, because that was all practical. Apparently, that explosion, I think.
Yeah.
That was very impressive. Certainly felt the chairs rocking in that sequence. Sam's going to be on Mike's stream tomorrow as well. Awesome. Cannot wait to see you there, mate. Always a pleasure to chat. Yep. Awesome. Cowboy's going to be there tomorrow. Awesome. A lot of chatting between you guys. What are you going to be on the stream as well, Dalboy? Brilliant to hear. Andy might make an appearance in it, but he doesn't know. Well, he fucking does now. I am an old film skit at the moment. Don't know why. It's just sort of happened. No worries. Has anyone ever seen a movie called Lower Learning? Bradley says. It's American high school stuff like you've never seen. Completely, and I mean completely bonkers. Lower Learning.
I'm almost certain somebody compared. Oh my god, this is a long time ago. I said something about a movie that I really enjoyed, and someone said to me, if you enjoyed this, you would enjoy Lower Learning. And I can't remember it might be The New Kids. I might be wrong. I can't remember.
I have never heard of it before. Just checking it up, and it's got Jason Biggs from American Pie and Eva Longoria in it as well. Came out in the late 2000s, 2008. There's like
maybe it's not the movie I'm thinking of. Maybe it's not.
Just like a high school comedy. Have you seen it, Andy or Mike?
No.
No, never heard of it. It's got 3.9 on IMDb.
I see that.
It's definitely not the movie I'm thinking of then.
Rock God's doing a bit of time checking. Thank you, Nige. I need to go on a diet to get all our faces in tomorrow. We'll do my best. Oi, Nige. That's my job. Awesome. Here we go. Got Max saying here, Keith, did you pre-order the Exorcist 4K? Yeah, I was like a metal case when it sold out everywhere. But got the deluxe edition on golden disc. Absolute shocker. It's golden disc like.
That's the horrible thing is he's going to have to pay for it on golden disc. I guarantee it costs a lot. Yeah, I got both. I pre-ordered both. With the intention of cancelling one of them. I think I might. I'm trying to decide whether I want both. But yeah, the weird thing is I have them both of them pre-ordered on Amazon, but the pre-order date is for this weekend, which is very, very wrong. So I'm waiting for Amazon to kind of correct that. But yeah, the deluxe release looks fantastic. Can't wait to get my hands on it.
Awesome. Minhaji says, "What's your thoughts on The Crow? I watched it recently, and yeah, I liked it, but the sequels are outrageous and atrocious. With the sequel, as far as I go, I've never seen The Crow. I do know like all the stuff behind it. Very sad stuff what happened, but I would like to watch it eventually." Andy, what's your thoughts on The Crow?
Love it. Fantastic film. Again, it's another one of those great revenge films.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Love it.
Mike, same?
Yeah, I really do like it. The only problem with it is that every time I watch it, I just can't help but feel a bit depressed when I watch it, just because of knowing what happened to Brendan Lee. It's so it always kind of taints the movie a little bit for me, but as a movie, it's great.
Yeah. What about you, Keith?
Yeah, I love the movie as well. I thought he was great in the role, and that's probably why I've never seen any other sequels. Just no interest in that. So yeah, love the movie.
We've got Sam here saying thoughts on Maniac and Maniac Cop, same director of Vigilante. Haven't seen Vigilante or Maniac, but I've heard Maniac is pretty good. Really enjoyed Maniac Cop. Had a lot of fun with that one. I watched that late last year. Bruce Campbell in it, and is it Robert Cesar? Oh, wow.
And not forgetting the legend. I think Andy knows who I'm talking about.
Tom Atkins.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. Great stuff. Andy, what about you?
I really enjoyed Maniac. That was one I'd been wanting to see for ages, and it lived up to the hype for me. I absolutely love Maniac Cop. That was the first Arrow movie I ever got. It's such a fantastic film. I absolutely love it. I still have my VHS copy of it.
Really?
And yeah, it's brilliant. I absolutely love it. I just love seeing Tom Atkins getting the shit kicked out of him by that woman with her crutch.
Brilliant. So good.
Her scream is fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
But oh god, I just love that film.
It is a great film.
Yeah.
Did you get the window box edition of it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, when they first came out, it was the first one I got. Yeah.
Nice. What about you, Mike? I just got to do something. I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah, I'm the same. I love Maniac and I love Maniac Cop. I love all three of the Maniac Cop films. I just think they're just so much fun. I think that director, I think it's William Lustig. Like he's made some like great movies. Like Vigilante is great. He did one called Relentless with the guy from The Breakfast Club.
Judd Nelson.
Judd Nelson, yeah.
That's a really good film, Relentless, yeah.
Yeah, he's just made some great like B-movie type films, but yeah, they're just awesome.
Now, I'm going to sound like an absolute gobshite here, but that director, isn't he the fella that, oh my God, what's that series of movies that come out in America that you could get the Maniac Cop movies on 4K?
Blue Underground?
Blue Underground. Did he not start Blue Underground?
Yeah.
It is him, right. Yeah, he's actually a great. I actually seen a fun movie by him. I think it's the same director. It was given to me as a gift. My God, something Sam.
Uncle Sam.
Yeah, and actually I had a fun time with that movie. But yeah, Maniac Cop for me all the way. I absolutely love that movie. The funny thing is, the day I bought that movie on VHS, I actually remember I bought 2 movies that day. And the other movie was, do you remember a movie called Ambulance?
Yeah.
And I actually bought it with Maniac Cop that day. I remember that day very well. The trailer to that Ambulance movie is absolutely fantastic. Check out the line at the end of it. If you hear this ambulance coming, you're dead. It's so stupid.
Is that the one with Eric Roberts? Ambulance.
That's it. Yeah.
Sorry about that, guys. Just had to sort out something in the living room.
No problem.
Minhaju says, anybody pre-ordered the Quartet of Torment Hellraiser box set? If so, which option did you go for? The Pinhead or the Chatterer? Minhaju's gone for the Chatterer. You said you went for the Chatterer, Mike?
Yeah.
Great stuff. You going to get it, Andy, or not?
No, I'm just going to stick to the Blu-ray. I like those movies, but I'm not the biggest fan of them.
Yep. Keith, what about you?
I pre-ordered it, and I'm not going to lie. It's one of those things. I'm kind of waiting for the day to get close. If it hasn't sold out, I might cancel my order.
Yeah.
I'm just so happy with the Scarlet box set. And the price of it's 80. I think that 4K collection is 80 something euro. It's a lot of money. It's actually dearer than the Scarlet. The Scarlet set was actually cheaper when that came out, So it's yeah, look, I'll wait and see. If, like I said, if it doesn't sell out, I think I will hold off and wait for a sale.
Yeah. I'm probably going to wait until sale as well. Whilst I do like movies and be nice to get the fourth one, I do think the box set is a little bit on the pricey side, especially compared to the Psycho box set.
Yeah, and not only that, but I'm actually picturing Hellraiser in my head. It just doesn't. It's not one of them movies that's going to lend well to 4K. I don't think.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a real kind of grainy looking affair, that movie, because I think the Blu-ray was. So yeah, I don't know. I'll see.
Yeah. We've got Sam here. Minhaji says, as that's Arrow's exclusive, and because I thought also switch it up as I have the Pinhead on Arrow Trilogy box set. Yeah, that's no worries, mate. That's no worries. I hope you do enjoy it. Is it true if a movie is available free to stream on YouTube, does that mean it's a bad film, as that's what I've been told?
No.
I don't know.
I've seen
think so.
I've seen some gems on YouTube for free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually watched one. I watched a good slasher movie actually the other night. I haven't seen it since I was a child. I was actually ringing my entire family to try and find the name of the movie, and I finally found it. Slaughter High, I think it was called. And I couldn't believe it. I went on just to check out a trailer for it, and rest assured the movie was there. So I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of old films on YouTube, and it's mostly due to like they're license free more than anything. So don't necessarily mean it's a bad film, man. Check it out.
Dawn of the Dead's on YouTube.
Wow, there you go. That's it.
Yeah, they're having a chat about 941 in your I9. What's your favourite Zack Snyder film? Either Watchmen or the Snyder Cut, I'd say. Andy?
Yeah, Watchmen.
Yeah. Mike?
Do you know, for me, I'm going to say Batman vs. Superman. I just had a blast with that film, but only the ultimate cut. I've not seen the theatrical cut, but I've heard it's quite bad. But I just think the ultimate cut's great. I just had a blast with it.
I agree with you. I watched it and I was like, I ain't going to watch it because I've heard so many bad things. I watched the 3-hour cut and I really enjoyed it. I don't think it's as bad as what people say. The only thing I didn't like is Lex Luthor. Jesse Eisenberg did not sue.
Yeah.
But apart from that, really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
What about you, Keith?
I absolutely agree with Mike there as well. I do not for the life of me, and I've seen the theatrical version as well. And to this day, I will never fully understand why this movie gets so much hatred. Like, the ultimate cut is by the way to view the movie. I love the movie, but if I was to pick a favorite, it'd probably be Dawn of the Dead, the remake of Dawn of the Dead.
Oh, cool. Sam says, going to head off now, guys. Have a fantastic rest of the stream. Also, have a great rest of the week too. Take care,
best,
Sam.
Take it easy.
Look forward to chatting to you tomorrow,
Okay,
mate, and you have a good week as well. Delboy says, as an early film I watched was Bilitis with my first girlfriend. Soft film and weird to watch as a first film with your first girlfriend.
Oh, wow.
Never heard of it. Anybody seen it?
Nope.
No. It had a great score though. Edward says, "Who remembers Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone UK promo cards that you got when you went to the cinema?" I've got most of them. Who else has got them? No, I never got them.
No.
No.
I think so.
No, I don't. If you've got them, mate, it'd probably be worth something. A nice little collector's item for those films. Bradley says, "I knew my comment on Predator would be unpopular. I hated the puerile one-liners at the end of every action scene. Not a bad movie, but really just a bog-standard action movie with an awful script, in my opinion." That's fair enough, mate. It's a shame you didn't find as much enjoyment as we do with it, but it's fair enough. And I'm glad that you do like the later ones in the franchise. I can kind of get that with the puerile humour, some of the one-liners, yeah. But I think it kind of adds to the charm of the film for me. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I love the movie, and I'm always going to. But yeah, just some of the jokes Shane Black tells in that movie just don't really hold up. But
Yeah.
yeah, they are what they are, I guess. But
yeah. Next up, we have Edward here saying, "What's your thoughts on Gal Gadot developing Wonder Woman 3 with James Gunn and Peter Safran?" Well, I like the first Wonder Woman. I haven't seen 1984 yet. I've heard bad things about it, yet bought it day one and still haven't seen it, and it's probably going to stay that way. Yeah, I suppose it could be all right, but DC's in a real big mess, and whatever they do, it's going to be a long uphill struggle. And frankly, to be honest, I'm not that fussed anymore. I'm done with superheroes. What about you, Andy?
yeah, I don't know. I couldn't really care less about Wonder Woman 3. I mean, DC have such an uphill struggle on their hands now. They have to win people back over, myself included, because they've just made an absolute shit show.
How did you find the Flash? Just out here, I never seen it.
I liked it.
I know you were looking forward to it.
Yeah, I liked it. It's got its problems, but I did overall like it.
Right.
But yeah, this is just for me. They're in a mess at the minute, complete mess, and they've got to sort it out.
Yeah, I agree. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'm the same, really. I don't really care too much about Wonder Woman, to be honest.
Yeah. And Keith, what about you?
Yeah, I don't care. To be honest, it's you know me and comic book movies at the moment. I'm just kind of bored with them at this point.
Yeah.
Move on.
Sam talking to Dalboy. Yeah, you take care, Sam. We've got Gary here. So good evening,
Hey,
Gary. Hope you're doing well.
Hey, Gary.
Right. Minhaju finds Predator 1, The Thing, the original, Alien 1, The Shining, The Exorcist. I'm sure I'll find others when they come to mind, but I just don't really get a kick out of these films. I love Predator 2. That's fair enough, mate.
Yeah.
He does love Aliens, so that is a good film. Yeah.
Maybe.
Dalboy says, "Only VHS tapes I won't get rid of are really old or my time-coded stuff that was given to video shops as incentives to buy films that week. Got a few of them. Very nice." Minhaju loves Fly 2, but I really like Fly with Jeff Goldblum. Oh, that's a fantastic film, but I've never seen Fly 2. All right. What's your thoughts on The Crush? I love that film. I have no idea.
Never seen
Andy?
it.
Yeah, I really liked it. It's Alicia Silverstone and someone Kerry Ellis is like this teacher who's like he goes to like rent her house, but he starts seeing someone and she gets really jealous of him, and she comes a bit controlling. It's a really good film, really underrated.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, fine. Oh, not bad.
It's got the girl in it from Elm Street 3 as well. The punk girl.
Oh,
Ah.
wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's a scene with her and bees, which is quite messed up. But yeah, it's a really awesome movie. It's underrated.
Okay.
No, that. Minhaju says, I also feel The Terminator, I see that as a good horror movie. Yes, it's like slasher. It's a really good film.
It's a horror film in sheep's clothing, that film.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And the best performance from Arnie, I think he's just terrifying in that. Perfect role for him. Minhaju says, who likes Starship Troopers? I only ever cared about the first one, and that's the only Starship Troopers I need. I have not seen it, unfortunately. It's one of the only Paul Verhoeven ones I haven't seen, so I will check it out. Andy?
Love it. Absolutely love it. God, that movie's so entertaining. So over the top. Great cast. Great effects. Love it.
Brilliant. Mike?
Yeah, I'm the same. I love the first one. I have seen the second one, but I implore anyone, do not watch that movie because it is terrible.
Yeah. And what about you, Keith?
I love the movie. Oh, I love the movie so much. It just screams Paul Verhoeven. It does. And the only thing I don't like about it is the ending of it. You know, it just has a terrible ending to it. Literally the last 30 seconds of it. I just hate that segment of the movie. But other than that, it's just, I bloody love it.
Oh, I'll have to check it out soon.
I love Michael Ironside in that film. He's
Michael Ironside's in it. Wow.
Have fun, that's in order. I fucking love him.
Isn't Denise Richardson in it as well? Or Richards?
Yes.
Yeah. Actually, the man's fantastic, and I can't remember his name.
Clancy Brown.
Clancy Brown. Yeah, I think he's fantastic in it.
Wow, Clancy Brown's in it as well. Cool.
Yeah.
Oh wow, you're selling me this film even more now.
Even Marshall Bell's in it. He's like the biggest. He's the biggest wimp in the movie. Like he's.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh God.
I just remember what happened to his character as well.
Yeah.
Isn't that the film with the brain bug in it you were on about a while ago, Andy?
Yeah, and it has a very suspect design.
Oh yeah, it does. Yeah.
Yeah, but oh my God, when you see what that brain bug does, it's fucking horrible.
It is.
It's fucking nasty. It's like,
you nasty little bastard.
Yeah.
You just make me want to watch this even more.
Now. Oh yeah, you have to see it. Right.
I'm going to see if I can watch it over the weekend now. I want to see it now.
Even
Sounds great.
Jake Busey's great in it as well. Just when he.
Poor Jake Busey. No matter what movie he's in, he just looks like a lunatic.
Yeah. When they open up that trunk and it's got all the balls in it, he just picks up the violin and starts playing it. Oh God, I love it. It's
just take the Jake Busey character from Frighteners, and then picture him playing a violin.
Oh God,
I haven't actually watched it in years because I'm doing everything I can to get the 4K release of it, and I cannot get it. I can't. I'm dying to see it again. Neil Patrick Harris is in it now that I think of it as well.
Yeah, he's like the sidekick in it, isn't he? He's like,
yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's
great
really
cast
good.
To it.
Yeah.
Right, we got Minhaju here saying, "Oh yes, how can I remember? I think Halloween 1 is overrated too. Don't love these movies like everyone does, but hey, that's okay. We all like what we like. Movies are subjective. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah." Right, we have Delboy here saying, "I had to stop my statue hobby of Marvel sideshow figurines. It was going to be a big hole in my finances. My last statue was a Spider-Man sideshow statue, and it cost me £1,100.
Ooh.
Ooh. Wow. And I was buying 12 a year at that price. Ooh. Wow. But I bet they look really nice as well. We've got Marvel fans saying Thor Ragnarok are good, but Thor Dark World and Thor Love and Blunder are terrible. I concur.
It's like reverse Star Trek, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah, it is.
But I still like all those Star Trek films. But
I'm the same.
Mac Chat says the H&V Cine editions look tasty. The Mad Max films are nice, but that Boogie Nights is really nice. Pity H&V don't deliver to Ireland, so saving myself a few quid there.
Well, I can help you there, my friend, because if you go onto Amazon Italy are selling all 3 Mad Max movies, the signed editions.
Oh,
I should know. I pre-ordered them. I did, but they're there. They're €40 each.
are they gonna do Fury Road though?
Sorry, nah. That's the thing. That's the one. That's what kind of pissed me off. That I don't know why they didn't put the Fury Road into it as well.
Yeah.
So
It's
that's
an odd
that's the
choice.
one downside to it.
Hmm.
So Amazon Italy.
Oh,
Don't know how
great
it
stuff.
happened.
Hmm.
Don't know how they done it. It's apparently it's a HMV exclusive, but I don't know how Amazon Italy got hold of them.
Marvel fan says Thor: Love and Thunder. I felt like the movie series storyline for Jane Foster was wasted. Yeah, everything just kind of became a bit of a joke. The same thing with Gore. That was an interesting story that could have been expanded on further, but hey, let's have a joke. Didn't work. Tonally inconsistent, and yeah, it didn't not work at all.
Do you know what I heard about that movie? And I thought it was shocking when I heard it. The way that they shot the movie, it almost felt like a Jackass movie. Do you remember when Jackass? Remember they do Jackass 2, and then there'd be a 2.5 because they shot so much footage.
Yeah.
But apparently they've done the same thing with that Thor: Love and Thunder. Apparently there is actually another movie's worth.
There was a 4-hour cut of the film, yeah.
You know, that's absolutely ridiculous. If I was now an executive in whatever studio at Disney, I would be kicking up stink about that. You know, that's how many millions?
That's wasted money.
No, it's ridiculous.
It
Absolutely
is shocking.
ridiculous.
I mean, again, this is probably the reason why these films are costing so much and losing so much money is because they're shooting too much and cutting so much.
Yeah.
Very odd. The Flash CGI was trashing that, says Gary, and I think that's a film that got cut to bits as well because that was delayed so many times as well. Comments are just loading up. We've got Andy Lake stuff here. Just watched the trailer for The Last Voyage of the Dementor. The only thing I got from it was Dracula was mostly a bat. Ooh. Yeah, that's good though. Edward says, what's the best summer movie? So does that mean like summer as general or just like the film that's in cinema at the moment?
Halloween H20. Remember the tagline to that movie? This summer, Halloween won't be taking a vacation or something like that. It was something stupid like that.
That tagline.
Terrible.
Yeah. What about you, Andy?
Was Stand By Me set in the summer?
Oh, it has to be.
I would say so, yeah.
That movie just looks stunning. Don't know what it is. I just love movies with trees in them. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I just love.
I get that.
I just love the look of the trees in movies.
That.
Don't know what it is, and just the train tracks running through them. Don't know what it is. Something about that just takes me back. I don't know, and it just looks gorgeous.
Mike,
I say that scene, and that scene kind of gets to you as well at the end of Shawshank when Morgan Freeman, finds the rock under the tree.
Yeah.
That segment of it. It's just something about it. It takes you back to your childhood.
Yeah.
You're right there, yeah. And you, Mike? What about you?
The first film that comes to mind is Jaws, but I would probably also say American Pie 2, just because it's like when the movie starts, they're like finishing college and it's like summer vacation, and yeah, they're like at the beach and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, great pick there. And I was just thinking Jaws, so that would probably be my pick as well. Andy says, Gary North, I've been rewatching Flash CW, and to be honest, CGI looks a lot like that more when he's using the Speed Force. The film itself is actually quite good. Marvel Fan says, I thought CGI in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 looked stunning, but nothing was bad about it. But certainly day one pick up for me. I think by one or two scenes, the CGI looked incredible. And hopefully the team behind the CGI had enough time to work on it. And I should imagine they did, because this is a big problem why the CGI isn't very good. They keep rushing the studios to do all the CGI and it isn't working out.
I see, the thing with me with Marvel at the moment, I find what I'm doing at the moment is, I actually done it with Ant-Man and the last Black Panther movie. I find now that I'm not buying them day one anymore, because I like the steelbooks that they're bringing out.
Yeah.
And I find that when you just wait like a month or two, Amazon Italy bring them down to so cheap. I got Ant-Man for €19, got Black Panther for 16. You know, so that's why I kind of do it. From as much as I do want to see Guardians, I'll still hold off.
They hit the 2 for 24, 2 for 20 very quickly now, so that's another thing. I see Black Panther's in it. Wait until Christmas, Ant-Man will be in it, but I'm not too fussed. Right, we've got Carlos here saying, I agree with the Circus set is one I'm looking forward to also, and getting them in one set. The second movie is one of the most underrated sequels. No doubt Arrow will give it treatment. Yeah, I can't wait to rewatch that in 4K. Such a great film. And I really want to watch the third and the fourth one.
I think Arrow already did a good job on the second one already. On Blu-ray, I think the Blu-ray was supposed to be
it looks really good.
Yeah.
Sorry says, I finally got to watch I Saw the Devil. Wow, what a movie. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I need to see this one. I went in H&B at the weekend looking purposely for it, but I forgot about it. So going to go in tomorrow and see if I can find it. If not, I'll try and watch it online at the weekend. Really want to check it out. Heard very brutal things about it. You've seen it, Andy?
Yeah, it's been ages since I've seen it, but I remember really, really liking it.
What about you, Keith?
I didn't see it. It was actually given to me as a gift last week. Someone sent it to me. I still haven't gotten around to checking it out, but my God, that comment section, there wasn't a bad word said about that movie. It's just the highest of praise.
We've got Nige saying a Savile in the house stinging and a minging in an area. I have no idea. I don't know. Dalboy says, if seen, can you ask Keith my question on year for movies? Put all media in order, count up your favourite films in that year, and what film was your favourite from that year? So what's your favourite year for films?
Oh, my favourite year for films. Oh, wow. You know something? The first year that jumped into my mind was 84. It was.
That's a very good year.
84 was a great year. 83 was a great year. Oh, God. And it's weird. I know that the weird thing is as well, I'm almost the exact same when it comes to music. 83 and 84. I loved both them years for music. So yeah, I'm kind of 80, maybe 84 for me. Ghostbusters. Need I say any more?
Good. Yeah, great year.
Terminator.
Ooh, yeah.
Karate Kid.
Karate Kid.
Gremlins.
Yeah, great.
Temple of Doom.
Yeah, definitely. Now then, Nige. Behave. Marvel fan says, Keith, what's your thoughts on WandaVision getting a steelbook without the physical disc? Yes, I've heard about this.
What?
WandaVision's getting a physical release without a physical disc. They just paying like 50 quid for a steelbook.
What is the sense in that? Wow. Is there like a digital code inside it or something? Is it?
No, it's just the physical steelbook, and that's it.
So, how do you watch the content then?
Just stare at it and think, "Oh wow, this is what I could have had if Disney released the bugger."
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I would understand if there was a physical release already available for it, but there's not. It's ludicrous. That is the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. They can go and stick that right up their ass.
It's ridiculous. I think they're supposed to be doing it for some other Marvel TV shows as well, for some reason. It's ridiculous.
That is the most baffling thing I've ever heard in my life.
Well, they do it for the games all the time. They do. That's the thing. They do limited edition box sets of like games, like the new Spider-Man game. I think that one doesn't even come with the game.
Actually, funny you said that. I actually got the last. My fiance bought it for me. The Last of Us statue. And even though I had the game, she wasn't too happy when she found out there was no game inside it.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. So, but that's crazy. That's bonkers. So what? Did it want people to? Did it want people to go over to your collection, take out the steelbook, open it, and then knock on Disney Plus? That's
It doesn't make no sense. It doesn't.
Wow. That's first for me.
Carlos says, guys, what's your opinion on US Kino Lorber label and the sheer volume of classic movies released in 4K or getting released? As most have not been released in the UK, Kino Lorber label looks amazing. Some fantastic films getting that 4K treatment that I'd love to get, but they're US only, and it would cost too much to import. If they came over to the UK, definitely would be picking up some. Andy?
Yeah, I really like them, to be honest. I've only got a handful of movies on Blu-ray from them, but from what I've got and what I've seen, some of the titles I really enjoy. They had that Career Opportunities, which was that was a fun film. The Silent Partner. Yeah, just from what I've got from them, I've enjoyed.
Great stuff. Mike?
Yeah, some of their 4K releases look great, but I don't actually have any because it's just cost, like getting them over here, which is kind of putting me off.
Yeah. And Keith?
I've actually got 5 of them, and actually all 5 of them were gifted to me. But I like what they're doing. It's before we got the universal release of Hard Target over here, they've done that first, and I never thought I'd ever say to actually ever own a physical copy of Hard Target on 4K. Apparently, they're doing Sudden Death now, I heard as well, which I love. They seem to be doing these movies that you would never think you would ever get a 4K release, but they're doing it. Now, the one thing I will say is I'm very curious about one of the movies that I have, The Great Escape. I love that movie, but they released that movie without any HDR on it.
Really?
It's just a standard SDR, and I wasn't too happy with it. Now, Amazon Germany are bringing out a media book of The Great Escape on 4K with HDR. So it's going to be fun now getting that and then comparing both to see what it's going to be like.
That would be an interesting comparison video.
Yeah.
Game of Death soundtrack by John Barry, says Gary, sounds great on the new box set. Brilliant to hear. Carlos says James Anchovies, coffee refill for Pete, classic. Carlos says, what's your top 3 Martin Scorsese Martin Scorsese films? Andy, what's your top 3 Scorsese films?
Goodfellas, Casino, and After Hours.
Oh, great stuff. What about you, Mike?
Taxi Driver, The Departed, and Last Temptation of Christ.
Oh, very nice. And you, Keith?
The Color of Money, Casino, and believe it or not, Hugo.
Oh, wow. Nice pick there. I'm going to say Goodfellas, The Irishman, and The Color of Money. I really enjoyed that one as well. Gary says Funko are going bankrupt. Millions of them are going to landfill. Doesn't surprise me. The amount of ones they do is ridiculous.
Just too much.
Yeah, it is. Started off as a cool little fad, but there's always hordes of them everywhere. They can't sell them. Dalboy says, what annoys me is exclusives in other countries, like The Princess Bride in 4K and a deluxe book box set, but not in the UK. Annoying, and I can name many more. Probably licenses, but still grr. Yeah, I do agree. That is annoying. Norwich says, "Oh dear, the appeal to adults of Funko Pops is no worse than the appeal of grown-up adults of Marvel and Barbie." Dalboy says, "True that. I can't get Funko stuff as I would be bankrupt with that hobby collection as well. Funko, Marvel, and me will get 5 jobs." Norwich says, "I've got the Iron Maiden Power Slave album cover Funko, and it's fucking stunning." Wow.
I love that.
You done a video, Nige? Have you got the glow-in-the-dark Funkos for Iron Maiden? Really? Will the sequel to Megan be called M Forgan or Meg
I was thinking
Forgan?
that.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah. Carlos says, "I'm quite surprised that the Funko Pops craze has lasted this long. Each to one's collector's habit. Some are good and some are not so." I do agree. Yeah, I'm surprised it's still about. Nigel saw I Saw the Devil. Absolutely blew him away. Absolutely brutal, but what a film. Loved it. Okay. I think it is about $5.99 in HMV, so I'm going to check there tomorrow and see if I can get it. Minhaju says, "I love your streams, Pete, and I will always support your guys' channel. This is a nice stream tonight. Thank you ever so much, Minhaju. Your support means a lot." Nige has got the box set. Awesome. And Nige says, "Is it a nice stream because I'm not on?" Dalboy says, "Let's get Nige on now. It's brilliant right now, but would love Nige and Keith to talk." Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, just my bloody thing's completely paused here, so I can't seem to do. Oh, what's gone on? Oh dear, it's completely deleted all the comments. I don't know what's going on here. Gotta wait for it to load back up. Right. Yeah, right. We've got Carlos here. I don't know. My phone is playing up something rotten. But Carlos says, I saw the Devil earlier, and that movie's brutal. And for those who don't like movies with subs, gotta give that one a go." So, Dalboy said, "Would love JFK to get a re-release. I love Jack Lemmon, and I think Walter Matthau's in it as well. But so many actors, I'm unsure." Yeah, it's good cast in it. I haven't seen it myself. Isn't it? What's his name now? Film.
Oliver Stone.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, that's one, yeah.
I forgot Jack Lemmon and Walter Matthau were in it.
Yeah.
But there is, without spoiling it, there is someone in JFK who is in Oppenheimer as well.
Ooh. Nice. Edward says, "Is physical media dead? And if so, not we know it yet." I don't think physical media is dead, and I don't think it would. Oh crap! Pass it here. Is it working?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that. TV was about to turn off, so I had to press the volume button. But I don't think physical media is gonna die yet. I think it's still about, and if these collector's editions, like selling for 50, 60 quid, are still selling out, there's obviously a market for it. Probably be more of a niche thing more than anything, but I don't think it will die out. It'll just change a bit of how it will release. What about you, Andy?
It's not going to be dead while we're around.
No, absolutely. And I think it will eventually make a comeback and be more popular again. I think people will just come to the point they'll get fed up with streaming and come back to buying it. It's like vinyls. That had a lull, and now that's come back and it's more popular than CD and more popular than like Blu-rays and that.
It will come back. I can see it happening.
Yeah, it will come back.
It will come back massively.
Yeah.
Look
what about you, Mike? Yeah.
Yeah, I just agree with what everyone said. Yeah, I think at the moment, I think it's here to stay.
Yeah. And Keith, what about you?
Yeah, I agree. Look, it's not even close to dying. You know, we're talking about Bruce Lee box sets here from Arrow Video, Psycho editions, you know, Hellraiser editions from Arrow. These labels are always going to keep going because they have a market for. There's an audience for them out there, and you know, I think no matter how bad things get, I always think that the likes of 88 Films, Arrow Video, Second Sight, Studio Canal, they'll all be there, still doing that thing.
Yeah.
How many times does a new release of something or a special edition come out and it fucking sells out?
Yeah,
that's true.
I think I have. I was just checking my Amazon pre-orders there, and I think I have around 7 in like pre-orders that are all sold out already.
Wow.
I think it was Jaws, Dune, Enter the Dragon. What other ones did I pick up? There was another one. There was another couple in there. Some of them Film Vault series as well.
The Jaws one. The Jaws one of that is sold out.
Sold out. Isn't Shawshank gone as well?
It is off Amazon. I'm not sure.
It is gone off Amazon, right?
Yeah. Oh, he's fucked off now. Well, yeah, they're just
So a lot of them are selling out. Exorcist.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm shitting a brick for when Hitcher gets released. I've got to fucking get on that.
Yeah.
I see that collector's edition for Jewel. That's sold out.
I knew. Oh my god! I'll tell you one thing: if they do that movie justice on 4K, it can look spectacular. It's all outdoors, all natural light. Look at the setting of that movie; it screams 4K. It does. Yeah. Hopefully, I love that movie.
Marvel fan says I collect Funko Pops, Funko Sodas, Funko Keychains, but thinking of buying Marvel Bitty Pops. Bitty Pops are new products Funko had put out.
Wow.
Wow, they're certainly milking it much.
Yeah.
Cowboy Sales, watch this space for 2024 for that, Edward. Minhaji says physical media is not dead. Physical media is best will always be far more superior than compressed image. Cannot stand the like of streaming services. I'm against physical media rules.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Carlos says, give Memories of Murder a watch if you haven't seen it. Any of you guys seen that? That is a really good one by Bong Joon-ho. You've seen it, Andy?
Yeah, I liked it. I didn't think it was as good as Parasite, but I did enjoy it.
Yeah. Mike?
Yeah, I love it. It reminds me a lot of Zodiac by David Fincher. But yeah, it's awesome.
And you've seen it, Keith, or not?
No, I've never seen it.
No worries. Andy Likes Stuff says, Andy's smashing it with his yearly favourites. If you haven't watched them, worth watch. Absolutely agree there, Andy. So check out his channel. His link's in the description and go and watch those videos. Perhaps some brilliant ones so far.
Cheers, yeah, it means a lot because I put a lot of hard work into them and trying to pick everything and sort them. So it means a lot when people spend the time watching them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Minhaji says, Gems, we have in our collection that you can't stream on streaming services. That's absolutely true. Even so, they were available for, say, Netflix. They'd just take them off, yeah. Whereas in there, once it's in your collection, nobody else can take it away. And then obviously with streaming, you have to pay for it. So just like Keith and Andy, absolutely, totally agree.
Imagine Disney coming around to your house and saying, "Well, you can't watch that. We've got to edit it before you watch it." It's like, get the fuck out. Imagine.
You get a letter through the post from Mickey Mouse saying, "Destroy your copy of The French Connection. We're not happy."
If I go to watch season 3 of The Simpsons and they say I can't watch the first episode, get fucked.
Yeah. Absolutely. Exactly. Because I'm waiting for the day. Like I with all this crap going on, one of my favorite comedies, Blazing Saddles. I am just waiting for the day that it comes out. Imagine trying to censor that movie.
That's 5 minutes long.
You wouldn't get a movie. It'd be a short.
Oh my god. Leave us alone.
Dr. Impossible's here, and he says one of the most striking aspects of JFK is the editing and sound design. Joe Hushings and Pietro Scala did some incredible editing. Pietro Scalia edited Black Hawk Down too. That's good to hear about KFC. KFC, JFK, sorry.
They must have done the editing for them ads as well.
KFC. You come out with some fucking random shit, Pete.
I know.
Somebody's hungry.
Yeah.
Oh.
I can't stand KFC, if truth be told. Mahaji says my collection is my Netflix, Amazon Prime. That's the only library I need. Yeah. I really do love putting on my catalogue. Okay. Delboy says, I think Andy answered it best. We are not powerful as Disney, and if streaming takes over, we'll just go underground. I said, wait until 2024, as to be honest, there's so much has happened. Who knows? With no hope, though. But Defa Network is a talent sign. I think with Network, there was other things probably going on as well, because they were doing stuff for ITV, so they were like remastering stuff for ITV, and ITV was just paying them. And I think the person who owned it passed away recently as well. I think Dr. Impossible did cover it quite well a few weeks ago. Got Minhaju saying, Nige. Dr. Impossible says there's never been a better action editor than Stuart Bayard. Baird from Lethal Weapon is a prime example. Donna used Baird multiple times, even saved Tomb Raider from being a total disaster.
I'm almost certain, though, he tried directing, and it didn't work out for him. I might be wrong.
He directed Executive Decision, which is a great movie.
Yeah, that's a great movie. Right.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I just had this memory that he directed a movie that just absolutely bombed. Maybe it was just Executive Decision I was thinking of.
What a great film Executive Decision is, especially if you don't like Steven Seagal.
Oh my god, that was the most shocking thing. Yeah. I remember even when that scene happened, I was looking at my brother. I was like, "He can't be dead. Nah, he'll be back later." It was shocking.
Yeah.
I think the movie he directed that bombed was Star Trek Nemesis.
Thank you. I knew there was one. Yeah, I couldn't remember it. Thank you.
Right. Let me just. Comments gone all the way to the bottom. We've got Marvel fans saying, "Oh, I almost forgot I collect Funko Mystery Minis, only Marvel Zombie ones and ones from Avengers Endgame." Cool.
Okay.
Cool. Nice Marvel fan, which in some ways are sad, but sideshow statues took a preference. Carlos says, guys, time to ruffle some feathers. A movie you hate and can't stand, but is loved by movie fans.
Oh.
The Goonies. Do not like it one little bit.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You know, the first person I've heard say that, funny enough. I know a few people don't like it.
Yeah, quite a few people. I know Nige isn't a fan of it, and I think quite a few other people I know. What about you, Andy?
The first Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Bores the shit out of me. I love the second one, but I can't stand the first one.
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
I can't think of like a movie that I hate, but there are movies that I don't like as much as a lot of other people. I think the most recent one is probably Oppenheimer. I seem to be one of the few people that didn't really gel with it, but I didn't hate it. I just didn't love it. And maybe the Batman as well with Robert Pattinson. But again, I didn't hate it. I just didn't love it as much as most other people.
Yeah. A recent one for me is, well, I don't think it's come out yet in this country. We watched it on a screen unseen. Is this Joyride? Everybody says it's like the funniest film in years. I didn't find it funny at all. I was really disappointed by it. What about you, Keith?
One I just recently watched, and I didn't do a video on it for this reason. I just didn't like it. Citizen Kane. I thought it was an absolute bore fest, a slog fest to get through. I bought a deluxe release of it and everything, and I was going to do a video on it, but I couldn't because the whole video would be me just bashing the shit out of it. Greatest movie ever made. My ass. It is. Nah, didn't like it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame. I do love that film, but gutted you didn't like it, Keith.
Yeah.
Gary says it's a gamble waiting on the Arrow box sets to price drop. Yeah, that is true. That's true. Minhaji says, yeah, I disagree with people who say YouTube has bad film when clearly they don't. They have Fright Night 2. I Know What You Did Last Summer films and Dawn of the Dead I've seen. Yeah, they have a few on there. You'd be surprised what you can find. Minhaji says, I've discovered some gems through YouTube. In all honesty, like I didn't know about Fright Night 2 if it weren't for YouTube. Fright Night 1 is my favourite, but Fright Night 2 I get a kick out of. I haven't seen Fright Night 2 yet, but I've heard it's a pretty solid sequel.
I don't know. Why is it every time I'm on a stream with Andy, Fright Night 2 gets brought up?
Yeah. I love Fright Night 2.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
Menhalji says, I love Predator 2 and I don't like Predator 1, not really. I remember seeing the scene where Bill Paxton's character gets killed. Spoiler. When Predator rips out his spine. Wow, scary and shocking. Yeah.
I feel warm every time I watch Predator 2. It's a sweaty movie.
Yeah. Marvel fans on about some figures he's collecting. Awesome. Some of them are £600-800. Wow. They also do some.
How the hell is that mute?
I timed it just before it came out. Oops.
You dirty bastard.
Look at you were yelling to someone.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Minhaji says, what's your favourite bug creature feature film? From what comes to mind, the following: The Faculty, Starship Troopers, Mimic, The Fly, The Mist.
First one that came to my mind was A Bug's Life.
That's what I was thinking as well.
That's the first thing that came to mind.
Yeah.
Oh, Arachnophobia?
Yeah.
Oh, I wouldn't be going near that. For me, I'm going to say The Faculty. Bloody love that film. It's really good.
That movie.
Yeah.
Slither.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
What about you, Andy?
Like the Creeps.
Yes.
I was thinking about watching that the other week, Night of the Creeps.
By extension as well, Star Trek 2, Wrath of Khan.
There you go.
Ooh.
Pix, which I only just recently got as well. Great movie.
What about you, Mike?
Probably The Fly. I love that film.
Great pick there. Dr. Impossible says Gary Sherman directed a film in '89 for United Artists called Lisa, about a young girl who starts having flirtatious calls with strangers until she comes across a serial killer.
That sounds awesome.
I've never heard of it, but I'm sold by the premise. Minhaji says there's some really good insect films. I'm a sucker for a creature feature popcorn flick. I don't even mind the B movies like Leviathan and Deep Rising. Deep Rising's fun.
I'll tell you one thing, I didn't call either of them B movies, funny enough. Definitely not Deep Rising.
No, Deep Rising's such a lot of fun. Really enjoyed
I
that.
only just bought it on Blu-ray as well.
Phase 4 says Dalboy. Carlos says Pete, Andy, and Mike, I think another top-notch live stream as always. Been a while since I've tuned in. Sorry. Keep up the fun work as always. Great special guest in Keith, epic collection he has. Oh, thanks ever so much, Carlos. Really do appreciate it. And the streams you do with Dan are fantastic as well. Danny says everyone has their own point of view on a film. That's why I like watching all your videos. Yeah, it's great to hear other people's opinions, and nobody's wrong. It's their opinion, and it's great to hear.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jake Talks Movie says, I watched Guardians 3 today. Really enjoyed it. Only Marvel movie I've liked since No Way Home. Yeah, I do agree with you. Fantastic film. Really enjoyed it. Dr. Impossible says, Bug was a film that stuck with me. Paramount made the film in 75. Fiery cockroaches from the bowels of the earth. One touch and you'll literally explode with fire. Fun. Anybody seen that?
No?
You're bringing out some corkers tonight, Dr. Impossible? Jake says Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is getting a HMV Cine Edition 4K. Is this the Johnny Depp one? It is, isn't it?
It will be if it's Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, yeah.
Yay! No. No.
Fucking hell.
And what kills me about that movie is when the family of Roald Dahl came out and said, "Oh, that's the version that he would have loved." No, I was like, "Come on,
No,
the original is classic, absolute classic."
He hated the original though.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
he hated it.
And despised it.
I think he hated Gene Wilder as well.
Yeah, he wanted to.
Yes,
fight
he
Wilder.
did. Yeah, yeah. He was quite outspoken about it. I remember reading up about it. But Tim Burton one, yeah, not for me. Not even 4K. I keep with the DVD.
To be honest, Jed, I'm not going to lie. That bloody prequel movie that's coming out just looks equally as bad.
Yeah.
I don't know why we're getting it. It's from the director Paddington, so I'm inclined it could be pretty good. So I'll give it a shot, but it's not something I'm desperately going to be watching.
Hugh Grant playing an Oompa Loompa? Okay. I don't know about that.
Why? Why?
Yeah.
So anybody's going to treat themselves to a 4K of the Charlie and Chocolate Factory? Nope.
I'm still kicking my own ass for treating myself to the Blu-ray.
Brian says, "Hey guys, love you all. Have a great day. Take care, Brian. It's great to see you on the streams." Dalboy says, "WandaVision is by Manta Labs and is not an official Marvel product. Its customer might be pulled for copyright. It was released to give us a steelbook of Disney. Just released a standard slipcase of it." Yeah, but so what's the point in releasing it? I suppose it's okay if you bought like grey copies of it, because you can get like copies online of it. But again, Disney, release it, make some easy money. All you got to do is just whack it out on Blu-ray 4K. Don't even have to put special features in, and let's sell like hotcakes.
Absolutely.
And I think the money you're losing on films in the box office and on Disney Plus, you'll make up with it on physical. Same goes with Netflix. Release Stranger Things, release The Witcher, release all those big series and films on physical. Leave it a year exclusivity to your streaming platform, then release it physically. And I'm sure they'll sell out.
I don't get it. Surely by now, WandaVision, they must be getting little to no views from that now on Disney Plus. It must be at the point now where everyone has seen it. Just release it out physically and make money off it. I'll never get that. I'll never understand it. Baffling. Absolutely baffling.
It is odd. The sequel is titled M. Freegan 2.0. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, Minhaj is right. It'll never die because of collectors like us, yes, and he's a collector. What's your favourite cameo in a movie? For me, it has to be Bill Murray in Zombieland. Oh, that's a great cameo. I love that.
Do you know which one I was absolutely in tears laughing when I first seen it? I thought was brilliant. Was Brad Pitt in Deadpool 2. When he gets electrocuted. Remember, he gets electrocuted. He plays the Invisible Man in it, and he gets electrocuted. And then you can see him for a second. And the face he makes, I thought was brilliant.
Oh, that's a good one. What about you, Andy? He's muted himself.
Fuck's sake.
I never heard of that, fuck's sake. What movie was he in?
What I said was Danny Glover in Maverick.
Oh, right. I've got that to watch. I've heard he's in it.
Yeah.
That's a great one. Your man is that. What's his name? Oh my god, I can't. Yeah, Christopher Lloyd in Once Upon a Time. A Million Ways to Die in the West. Sorry.
Yeah.
I thought that was a great little cameo.
And you, Mike?
Yeah, one for me that's come to mind is, I've got to say this one just because I think this is a cameo that I think blows away a lot of people, and it's Glenn Close in Hook.
Yeah.
Because I think it's one of those where people don't realize it's her, and when you do it, oh my god.
Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
That's a good one. That's
for
a good
years, I never knew it was her.
No, I didn't.
That's how good it filled me.
Carrie says the hitch is going to go fast.
Yeah,
it'll be sold out within minutes. I can see.
I'm still buying it, even if I've got to pay scalper prices. I'm having that set.
I'm buying it. Yeah.
I think I'll have a topic of physical media on this as a IMHO, as I'm an analyst at work and so many variables have me unsure. It looks bleak, no idea future tech like plays and TVs. Streaming and so much other stuff, I'll always collect that, that's all I know. I've been a collector of films since Betamax, and that will say. Rock God says, oh, I've not heard of Memories of Murder, but I'm intrigued. Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah. We've got Scottish Geek Guy here saying, howdy folks. Thanks for joining, mate. I hope you're well. Mac Chat says, Starship Troopers is one of the greats. Watch it every few months and it holds up so well after all these years. They sucked out his brain. The only good bug's a dead bug. Legend. Right, comments reloading. We've got Scottish Geek Guy here. Blu-ray will be the vinyl of movies. Most people have moved to Spotify for music, but there's still a market for vinyl and to a lesser extent now CDs. I think the same will be true for Blu-rays. Well, I've noticed they've got cassette tapes now popping up in HMV for like Guardians of the Galaxy 3 and that. I'm like, wow, old music formats are coming
reopened. HMV reopened over here in Ireland. An hour from me, and a friend of mine went to it there the other day. They don't sell any physical movies.
That's what somebody said a few weeks ago when they reopened. I couldn't believe it. Wow.
Yeah. You can't buy a physical movie.
It wouldn't surprise me if the ones over here in England will be the same. So
Unbelievable.
Because my local one used to have a decent selection of films, then they slimmed them down a bit a few months ago, and I went in there a few weeks ago, and now they've only got one little aisle of Blu-rays. They've probably got less than 100 Blu-rays in store now. It's a shame. They've got a decent selection of 4Ks, but nothing much. And the Norwich one used to have loads, and now I would say they've cut 3/4 down of what they've used to have. It's just a little corner in the shop now. It's a shame.
Wow.
Matchan says, Keith, I was just putting my wallet away until you told me about HMV Italy. Has to be done now.
Go for it. They're there.
Delboy says, Scottish Geek Guy. A few caveats. Vinyl went back but came back. CD is still here, but only Xbox consoles play CDs. There's no software on other current gen consoles. I haven't seen a standalone player in years. I thought CDs actually play on Blu-ray players and DVD players.
Yeah. They do.
Gary's not a fan of Goonies either. Delboy says, love vinyl, love CD, love soundtracks. They're so bleak and I won't alter my impression of physical for everything. 11:41, not too far to the end. Matt Chance says, for the lads who saw The Flash, what's your thoughts on the last 10 seconds? No spoiler. I laughed my hole off. Honestly, haven't laughed like that in a long while. I love that bit.
You don't have to worry about spoiling that for me. I've seen it. That scene.
Yeah, you might as well talk about it. I ain't too fast. I've seen a lot of spoilers, cameos.
I won't spoil it in case anyone watching hasn't seen it, but I enjoyed it.
Yeah. Have you seen it, Mike, The Flash?
Yeah. It was strange. The reaction in the audience, everyone just burst out laughing. I don't know if that was meant to be the intention or not, but yeah, it was weird.
Cowboy says I have to go soon, so we'll watch on phone and say what a great bunch and love to all chatters. All on the panel will be in my weekend blog as normal. Excelsior and support all these creators, guys. Oh, thanks ever so much, Dalboy. You take care, my friend. It's always great chatting to you. Yeah.
Take it easy.
Andy said, what film did you like as a child but now won't touch? Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Supergirl.
Ooh.
Good one.
Mike?
I can't think of one.
No worries. And Keith?
There's one that comes to mind. I don't know. Like, I don't know if it's. I won't touch it. I'm in no rush to watch it again, even though I loved it when I was a child. Flight of the Navigator.
Ah.
Nah, you know, I loved the movie back in the day, but I have a lovely release of it from Second Sight, and I still haven't watched it for some strange reason. I don't know what's stopping me.
Yeah, I can understand that. Mike says H&V Italy. I'm not finding it. I think it's Amazon Italy, isn't it?
Amazon Italy, yeah. Did I say H&V? Sorry.
Amazon Italy, yeah. Yeah, that was. Scottish Geek Guy says Glenn Close is in Hook.
Yep.
Actually, I've seen. Did you see his review for Barbie? He wasn't too much of a fan of it, and he was kind of half. He was half worried about saying that he didn't like it. You know, because he'd be worried about the backlash he might get over.
It's best to be honest with your reviews, and it's a shame that Scottish Geek Guy didn't enjoy it as much as everybody else. But hey, I don't think I'm subscribed to your channel, mate. I think it's the first time I've seen you on here, so welcome to the channel.
He is professional. My God, check out his. My God, even when he does his unboxings, they're just incredible. Yeah, definitely worth checking out.
Stuff. I'll check out his channel soon. Great stuff.
Yeah. But Google Glenn Close in Hook, you'll be blown away.
Yeah.
It will.
We've got Leon Talks Film here saying, how's it going, lads? Hey, Leon. Hope you're doing well.
Hey, Leon.
Andy says, Murder by Death is a classic. The end always scared me as a kid with the laugh. Never heard of that film before.
No.
Heard of this? Cowboy says, got to go, but I think Bill Murray was uncredited in Little Shop of Horrors as the dentist patient. Not sure, but I think that's true. I don't know. And he says, nighters. Night, mate.
See you, mate.
Gary says, I'm buying cassette tapes off eBay lately, old stuff from the 80s. You'll be surprised some stuff you'll find still sealed in brand new condition.
Oh, yeah.
Really? Yeah. Yeah, I know if you go to car boots and charity shops, you're still buying films from like 20, 30 years ago still sealed. There was like a snapper case one I saw in a charity shop a couple of weeks ago, and that was still sealed. I was like, wow. People keep these in their like collections. Ages still sealed. Well, I'm one to speak. I still got stuff sealed from 15 years ago. Dalboy says yes, but CD standalone players, not a DVD player playing CDs. I'm pretty certain you can find some CD players probably in the supermarket or something like Tesco. They used to sell them all the time. I know, like cars, you don't get them anymore. That used to be as standard, but no, it's all through your phone. Leon says, anybody here order from Vinegar Syndrome before? I'm a pretty big fan of their releases and finally got a shipping notice for my July sale order, which should be here in the UK on Tuesday. Fantastic stuff, Leon, and I look forward to a video of it if you do it. I haven't ordered anything from Vinegar Syndrome, but they do have some very lovely releases. They did a really nice one of Roadhouse before. Andy, you got any?
I've never ordered from them direct, but I've got one title by theirs, and that's The Caller with Malcolm McDowell.
Oh, nice stuff. What about you, Mike?
I've never really looked into them all that much, but I think the only release that I'd probably want from them would be that Roadhouse edition.
Yeah. And what about you, Keith?
I just done a video on my first ever purchase from them. Directly from them, that is. I've got the Amityville Horror Madman and Ticks Now, the Pix edition was absolutely astonishing. The work that went behind that release, that surprised me. I didn't know I was actually getting that. But my God, the 4K transfers. In my honest opinion, Amityville Horror might be 4K perfection.
Really?
When it comes to a movie of that age. It is perfect. You will, if you find a flaw with it, and, fair play to you. I don't think you will. It is the most remarkable thing I've seen on 4K. It was really amazing. Pix looked amazing. Madman was absolutely extraordinary as well. The only problem I had with Vinegar Syndrome is, my God, it takes them so long to dispatch items. It took them over a month to dispatch them.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. But my God, it's worth it when you get it.
I can imagine. The sets I've seen look outstanding.
Yeah.
We've got Andy saying Nick Cage. Oh my God. We've got Nige here saying, Andy, it's been quiet. Can we get a what a bell end?
What a bell end?
Gary says, Leon, Vinegar Syndrome are a great company who ship items safely. You will be happy when the parcel arrives. That's the main thing, as long as they obviously ship them with care. That's the main thing. I've had great experience with them in the past. Their packaging is top notch. Awesome. Very much like Indicator. They're superb with their packaging. Got Marvel fans saying, I've been collecting cassettes since 2017, but since then cassette collection has been growing. I think I've got 100 cassettes. Brilliant stuff there, mate. Minhaji says, I think I'm going to call it a night now, guys, but it's had a splendid evening with you guys. It's been a great stream. Look forward to your next one, Pete. Good night, Andy, Keith, Mike, and Pete. Take care. Thank you for your support, Minhaji. You take care too, mate. Edward says, apparently Scream movie's 7th installment will be directed by Happy Death Day and Freaky's Christopher London. What's your thoughts on it? Or thoughts on tit? As he put.
Two good movies. I like them.
Yeah. Well, obviously, we're going to get a Scream 7. I kind of want it to be the last one of them. I think with that'd be nice to end the trilogy, do a new trilogy and just end it there. But I'm looking forward to it either way. Andy?
Yeah, same as you, Pete. I think just stop at 7 now.
Yeah. And Mike?
Yeah, I'm exactly the same. I think this should be the last one. I think if they were to do any more, I think they'd be pushing their luck a little bit with the franchise.
Yeah. And what do you think, Keith?
Well, yeah, I absolutely agree. It needs to be the last one, but there needs to be things that they have to address. Like I said in my last video for Scream 6, these fake outs, they have to stop, and they have to stop now. They are just basically removing any kind of suspense from any of them kind of, them big scenes in the movies. I still can't get over that 6th movie, that scene that I keep going back to, that fella being massacred, and then him coming back again. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. It was the most shocking thing.
The amount of times he got, wow, the holes in him, he wouldn't have survived that. It's just ridiculous.
No. So they need to just address that. Stop trying to bring back legendary characters just to kill them as well. Star Wars done that. It's been done to death. Do something new with them.
Yeah.
And as well, yeah.
Leon says, I think Vinegar Syndrome 4K releases are incredible. Their UHD releases are some of the most gorgeous discs ever. And Leon says, completely agree with you, Keith. They do take a while to arrive, especially when they have a sale going on. But as you said, the wait is worth it for sure.
Absolutely.
And Nige says, that was quite wonderful. I gather that was you, Andy.
Thank you, Nige.
And the final comment of tonight is from Leon saying, I'll be doing a video on my order. I spent an unforgivable amount on titles, but the titles were so cheap. Hey, don't worry about it, mate. Treat yourself and look forward to your video.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, that'll do it for tonight. We're just under 4.5 hours and 19 people still watching. So, thank you ever so much, everybody watching now and watching on a replay. It's been a lot of fun tonight. Thank you for Andy for joining, and Mike and Scott. And to our special guest tonight, Keith. It's been an absolute pleasure chatting to you as always,
That's
mate.
great. Thanks again, Pete, for having me on.
Yeah.
It means a lot.
It's always a joy, and these 4.5 hours have completely flown by. It has.
Absolutely.
We have Danny saying, "Have a good one."
Take it
You
easy,
take
Danny.
care, Danny. Matt Chat saying, "Vinegar Syndrome's packing is really good. No issue with my order, and the work they put into films are unreal. I got Flesh Eater on 4K. Don't judge me. I have a soft spot for it."
No judge here, mate.
No
Nope.
worries. No. Leon says, "I did join super late, but great stream, lad, from what I saw." All right, thanks ever so much, Leon.
Cheers, mate.
And have a great rest of your night, everyone. And you too, and everybody watching at home. So, yeah, be sure to check out Mike at Did You See That channel tomorrow night at 8, where me, Scott, Nige, Sam will be on. And on Friday night on Scott's stream, where Scott will be doing a stream at 8 o'clock till about 10 or 11. So plenty of streams coming up, and we'll be back again next week at 7:30 with some more guests. So see you all soon and have a great week. Night, everybody. Bye.
Amazing.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.